Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. No notifications new today, interestingly. I say interestingly too much. I need to say interest, which is interesting. Or interestingly enough, finish the sentence, if I'm going to do it that way. So today is Monday, June 12th. Starting a little bit early in the morning. There were, and I suppose there continues to be, some news happening for the Summer Game Fest. I did manage to shove out the YouTube shorts specifically around the Summer Game Fest, and I don't know if they got really a lot of views for what they were. I'm not sure that that's something that I would 100% repeat next year, but I will continue the experiment certainly this year as more events happen. There was a Microsoft Direct that led directly into a longer presentation just about Starfield, and then there was the PC Game Show, which they really need to get new hosts for the PC Game Show. And honestly, one of the big problems there is that the PC Game Show, it was really just showing off games from Tiny Build, being published by Tiny Build, and only Tiny Build, really. If there was anything shown that wasn't from Tiny Build, I'd be surprised. And the games are just not relevant at all. They don't hold a candle at all to the announcements that were at the Microsoft showcase. And yeah, the whole Summer Game Fest thing, E3 replacement, is really just a mess overall. DF Retro said it pretty well, as I poorly quote them. One of the guys on DF Retro's podcast said it, that there's just no other form of entertainment that makes a big block of... I haven't seen DD Warrior in a long time. There's no other form of entertainment that makes a big block of trailers and announcements and makes it so public and just kind of floods it into such a tiny amount of time to the point where anybody watching the trailers and announcements are going to just not even remember it a week later. And that definitely is the case. Pretty much everything that's announced I'll sort of forgot, or I will partially forgot, as far as in a week from now. They do have what's called the upfronts, where they show to the industry people pilots and pitches for new TV shows, I think. I don't think there really is an upfront for movies, like, because you wouldn't make a short film to, like a 5-minute low budget short film to show what you would do with millions of dollars to make a 2-hour movie. But yeah, as far as music goes, no, there isn't really anything like that. Instead, what you have is more Oscars and Emmys and things like that at the end, on the other side of the process, where things are completely put out and sold, and then the artist people give awards that way. And that's the point where, if you can wait, you'll have your best experience when it comes to music and TV and movies, is to say, here's the best movies that they're talking about, and that combined with the counter arguments of the movies that got snubbed at like the Oscars, you'll get a general idea of what movies are relevant anywhere from a couple of weeks to as much as like 12 months prior. Of course, you really don't even need that much help usually for movies, because it's just like, if it's in theaters and people are talking about it, you probably want to go see it if you're into movies, which a lot of people I just don't think are. But yeah, the whole Summer Game Fest is a big mess, and I don't know how you really fix it so much other than just stop announcing games like that, particularly since a lot of games are just not getting release dates when they're being announced anyways. So you're getting these teaser trailers for a game that may come out in a week, or it may come out in 4 years. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. If somebody like Jeff Keighley had actual authority to run the Summer Game Fest overall, instead of the Summer Game Fest being really just a combination of, at best, loosely affiliated companies making their own direct presentations, if he had some real authority, he should put his foot down and say, this is for games coming out in 6 months, in the next year, or at the very least coming out before the next Summer Game Fest, so in the next 12 months. And maybe you can apply some soft pressure to accomplish that goal if you just have more Games Fest. We don't really have a spring and a fall and a winter Games Fest that's anywhere as established as the Summer Games announcements are. So if we could just start to see 3 more events spread the load, that would probably work very nicely. I'm in a bit of a weird position here, in that I'm playing after I finished Flight of the Amazon Queen, which ended fine but a little bit abruptly. It definitely, Flight of the Amazon Queen could use a just full-on rewrite or remake as a game. It's in this weird situation where it feels like Flight of the Amazon Queen was trying to parody Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis and stealing ideas and borrowing ideas from it. And then Steven Spielberg seemed to steal ideas from Flight of the Amazon Queen to make Indiana Jones and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Which, yeah, that's real crazy. Ouroboros, snake eating its own tail type mentality. I guess I'm going to play Zodiac Tri-Brigade and play ranked and try to get up in ranked. After finishing Flight of the Amazon Queen, before I jump directly into playing the third Tomb Raider reboot, which I decided to skip, like the third game in the reboot of Tomb Raider, Tomb Raider Revelation or whatever it's called. Yeah, I decided to skip the remake of Tomb Raider Anniversary or Tomb Raider Underworld. I may come back and try that later, and there may be plenty of time to come back and try that later. Instead, I wanted to play the Lord of the Rings, the adventure card game, which is another Asmodee digital card game, which those are often somewhat problematic releases. Sniper Rangers on the chat saying hello, hello. But where was I? Losing my own train of thought already. I've been drinking not 5 hour energy drinks, but a different energy drink that I ended up having to try and adjust my sleep schedule. So I might be mentally a little bit asleep while physically jacked up on caffeine. Yeah. So yeah, I started to play the Lord of the Rings, the adventure card game. I think it is based off of a real card game in the real world. And it's a definitive edition now, but I think at some point it probably was selling expansions as DLC. It's a deck building game, not a collectible card game. So there's only 100 cards in the entirety of the game, which is fine. And it's really the only way I could possibly play 2 card games at once, as if one is a deck building game with limited number of cards compared to the 7 to 10,000 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, I don't know if I'm playing the right order here, but whatever. It's a fairly long experience, I would say, playing Lord of the Rings. I haven't read the books or anything, so also I'm no expert, and there definitely was at least one scenario I played where it really just was a bunch of jargon to me as far as names and places, and yeah, I just don't have that real connection. Otherwise, as a card game, it's alright, but it is totally dead too. There's absolutely no nobody online playing that. Okay. This looks like this is new. Here. This XYZ summon. You can't get the win percentage to pop up again, apparently. But it did say overall win percentage was like 52%, so as we try to pay attention to these numbers, if we see bigger numbers as far as win percentage, that's good. If we see smaller numbers as far as people playing it, that is possibly good too. It definitely is going to be a case where I may put as much as another 20 hours into the Lord of the Rings, the adventure game, but I'm still not sure I could really recommend it to people who aren't just huge fans of the game themselves, the real world card version of it, unless the real world card version of it either doesn't exist, which is a small possibility, or that it is extremely out of print or more expensive than $20. But even though there's no in-app purchases, as far as I can tell, there definitely is a in-game currency like crystals, where you're being forced to potentially play a lot of the same scenarios, of which there's probably only about 20 over and over and over again. And definitely some of that is intended because they're giving you rewards for playing with different heroes, and you pick 3 heroes as part of your deck. So yeah, there definitely is an interest in making you spend a lot of time playing a game that really doesn't have enough content so far. It doesn't feel like it has enough content to justify it. Some of the cards are like 50,000 fellowship points, and the most amount of fellowship points I've ever earned so far after playing 6 or 7 hours of the game has been maybe 3,000 points. Win rate 53%. And 53% may sound low, but actually that's an amazingly good win rate. That tells me I'm on the right path. Of course, am I really on the right path when I'm just playing the Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck that I've been playing for months and months now, and just refusing to learn anything new or get better? Inherently, anybody who's followed me on these live streams knows that I don't really have time or interest in building a lot of decks, and so playing Lord of the Rings, the adventure card game, which is a deck building game, doesn't make a lot of sense, because it's definitely going to heavily want you to build more and more decks. And even though there are only 100 cards, it does definitely feel like you could benefit severely by making a custom deck for every scenario, particularly if you know what the scenario is going to throw at you. it's not particularly very random in the solo content, and again, there's nobody online. It has a weird co-op online leniency anyways. I don't know if there is any player versus player that you even can play in it. And overall, it just feels like the game has entirely been abandoned. Right. So, yeah, my hopes are to finish that and fairly quickly and then move on. Of course, I'm still dropping the ball horribly as far as actually scheduling videos, and I'm not doing the greatest of jobs making a lot of content on a day-to-day basis. And in the past couple days since I was sick of last week, I've been in and out of the bathroom quite a bit, to the point where it was getting ridiculous. One day I couldn't even make it 40 minutes into an hour-long episode. I'm also in this weird position as far as we're going through this accountability section, in that I don't even remember what I've been watching, but I know I've been watching some Amazon, Apple TV Plus stuff. Like, I know I finished Ted Lasso. I feel like this most recent season kind of drops the ball, and it doesn't say or do anything. It doesn't really feel like it resolves or wraps up the existing story in a particularly amazing way. I think you lose, particularly in this season, the charm of Ted Lasso. Now, notice that the usage rate there was 63%, but the win rate was 53%. So that might be an argument that this is a overhyped card now, and I should not use it anymore. Because, yeah, that may be too high. Of course, I don't know how you really counter Zeus by much either. And see, I just used Ash Blossom, and that's a usage rate of 62%, but it didn't have a win rate, probably because it doesn't, in that format, actually attack. Yeah, so I know I watched Ted Lasso on Apple Plus. Oh, then I watched this comedy series called The Big Door Prize, which, ironically, this is, I think literally ironically, has the dorky white guy from the IT crowd. Chris O'Dowd, I believe is his name, as an actor. Now, he's also was in the TV remake of, like, Get Shorty, and I don't know if that TV series ever wrapped up or not. I kind of liked him in that. I think he was in something like 8 Weddings and a Funeral first. He was a British actor and then got into one big Hollywood movie and then went full Hollywood and shows up back in the UK, but I think mostly is not somebody that is that good of an actor. Now this is a very rarely used card. Odd Eyes Mirage Dragon. And yeah. So yeah, he's the main protagonist, I guess, of The Big Door Prize on Apple TV Plus, and it's an interesting enough show. but it doesn't end anywhere. Like the season just ends on a cliffhanger, which is constantly always the problem with everything, isn't it? The main premise is something that kind of looks like a arcade machine called the Morpho just appears, and it tells people their potential, their best potential. So they get this little blue card, and on the back of it is their best potential. So the main character, it's only a slight spoiler for the first episode, gets that his best potential is to be a teacher slash whistler. And so effectively the original premise is that he's just he really has no potential other than what he was already doing, because he already was a teacher and already did whistle. Yeah. And then you spend almost every episode following someone else trying to figure out what to do with this message that they have this potential towards something, which are often cryptic potentials. And yeah, it's kind of just interactions of silly people kind of doing silly things. At a certain level, it's probably a parody on just the general idea of blind faith. Nobody questions the Morpho machine. They clearly elevate it to a godlike message and follow it blindly. At a certain level, the first season really would have made sense if the entire city just fell into anarchy because of the small messages, and it would have been like a Twilight Zone ending. And then the other thing I was watching on Amazon is a show called Silo, where people are in a silo, and I only watched like one episode before I got back to work and started making footage. Sniper Ranger says, I came to say hi and goodbye and long time no see. Yep. Hi and goodbye, I suppose. I look forward to the next time you can swing by. I know I definitely am all over the place with the times, and people are in summer breaks, and or they're in school, or their schedules changed. Totally inconsistent. Which is inherently why I would prefer more people to generally just comment on the pre-recorded footage, and then YouTube itself to stop emphasizing live streams, because I really do think I'm a little bit worse in live streams than I am in pre-recorded footage. And YouTube itself needs to create a Twitter clone of some sort and just have that back-to-back communication that they really don't want to support. We're getting some good victories here. Most of it not due to anything I'm really doing, just most of it being luck. Alright. So, the reason I say it may be literal irony that Chris O'Dowd, the white guy from the IT crowd, was on the Big Door Prize TV show I was watching, is because this guy is the brown guy on the IT crowd, plays a character named Morris Moss. Can I remember his name? Oh man, I really can't, unfortunately. Richard Awadi, I think is his name. Yeah. I think his name is Richard Awadi. I can't really pronounce it, obviously. And so he showed up on a trailer for Fable, a new trailer for Fable, which, let's see if we can pop that up. Never did figure out what was going on with the YouTube videos as far as yeah, something about my Firefox. Firefox is inherently buggier than Chrome, unfortunately, but I mean, can't do anything about it really. Something about my Firefox right now has created a scenario where I cannot get videos to play, some videos to play. And I don't think it has exclusively anything to do with Twitter, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Well, regardless, this guy eventually gets revealed. He's talking about being a farmer and how heroes are overrated and how he is a vegetable enthusiast and he grows vegetables. And then at the end of the trailer, with him talking and just sitting in a chair, you see him walk around the corner and that he is actually a giant at the top of a beanstalk, and he is captured a normal-sized, one assumes, human adventurer, which is a funny enough twist. The visuals of Fable look alright. I'm not super hyped around a new Fable game, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. I will say, almost retroactively, it does make overall, I think Microsoft did a fairly great job in their presentation, which only just makes it worse that then they are getting squashed up with so many other presentations. Particularly, Microsoft could have put out very little to nothing during the Summer Game Fest and then had their own event 2 weeks from now, or 2 weeks ago. Maybe there is a bit of a push. Maybe they are going to have something more to say and show in 2 weeks from now. And they definitely were still promoting things even 2 weeks ago, so they may just have a lot that they can potentially announce. Although I will say, no guarantee that all of these announcements are coming out anytime soon. I did not see in the Microsoft presentation a lot of release dates or anything like that. In fact, I didn't see a lot of anything other than teaser trailers. And yeah, they used a slightly different logo, which makes me feel like they're trying to change up the Xbox visuals a little bit. The stage for the Xbox Microsoft presentation definitely looked a lot better than the Jeff Keighley event stage, which was very bland and just like a black painted stage, black floors. The Xbox thing didn't have any big celebrity show up. Well, no, that's not true. They had the same big celebrity from Cyberpunk 2077 show up again for Cyberpunk 2077 DLC. But yeah, still not really bringing people to the stage and having anybody really talk about the games. That did happen at the Starfield Direct, which visually was definitely just a pre-recorded presentation, almost certainly done by a completely different group of people, by ZeniMax, I assume. But yeah, retroactively, we'll talk about all the announcements, but it definitely felt like they announced a lot of stuff, and mostly are focusing on it being playable day one on Xbox Game Pass, still pushing that quite a bit, and going a little bit more towards the Japanese audience and stealing some thunder potentially from PlayStation in that fact, in that aspect, that ring. Although it kind of doesn't really matter either, because the Japanese games that were announced, I feel like will just come out also on the PlayStation, or they'll come out as better versions on the PlayStation later. Do we want to do this? Yeah, let's do it. Apparently, it's the 8th anniversary of LEGO Jurassic World, first released in June 12th, 2015. And apparently there is a LEGO video game museum out there somewhere. Although, this really is just cheap shelves with a single game on each shelf. One would hope that this was done just for photography and that they don't permanently store their entire collection that way. It would take up a lot of space. But yeah, that got retweeted by TT Games, which really it just acts as a reminder that it is definitely up in the air as far as how many more TT game LEGO games will get remade or rebooted on the Unreal Engine. DF Retro did an interesting thing on the Jeff Keighley presentations, as far as they were guessing how many of the trailers were running on Unreal Engine 4 or 5, and they effectively said pretty much all the games. There's, with maybe the biggest exception being Mortal Kombat. But yeah, there's not a lot of competition these days around different types of game engines. Just go ahead and play this, and then activate this, and then three cards. 1, 2, 3. To bring out this, activate this. Special summon this. Take that. And that. Summon that. Activate its ability to 10, increase its attack by that, and then activate that ability. He's running out of options. And he didn't counter the thing he really needed to counter. Destroy one thing in your opponent's control to get rid of one linked monster. So there was this announcement that Sea of Thieves was going to have this Monkey Island event, an announced crossover. And by that point, even in the Xbox presentation, I had already lost interest in it. So I wasn't even really paying attention or listening to the audio. I was too busy playing on my phone, playing Star Trek Lower Decks and Destiny Child and Marvel Snap. I've got too many games, but I did get rid of one at least. But I am bouncing, particularly with Lower Decks, into that game multiple times a day, 20, 30 times a day for a few minutes. Visually, looking at the screenshot, it kind of feels like, yes, it is in the theme of Monkey Island, and I did see the words Monkey Island, but I thought it was really just a generic, we're going to have an island called Monkey Island, and it's not going to have anything to do with The Secret of Monkey Island from Ron Gilbert. Apparently I was wrong about that, because now we have a Video Games Chronicle article here saying that the Monkey Island's creator says Sea of Thieves DLC happened, quote, behind his back. Ron Gilbert had no idea the crossover was coming. Let's just get to the core part of it, though. It's been less than a smooth sailing, to pardon the pun, between Ron Gilbert and LucasArts, which now would be owned by Disney as far as the Monkey Island series. There's been a lot of Monkey Island content that was made with little to no involvement of Ron Gilbert, and so much so that his involvement in Monkey Island as a series is really just Monkey Island 1, 2, and I think maybe a recent remake that's been announced but hasn't come out yet. Like, if that did come out already, I missed it. Yeah, the most recent thing I recall was that they announced that there was going to be a new Monkey Island game, and it had a 3D CGI look to it, and people were not super happy with that 3D CGI look, and Ron Gilbert was just like, tough, that's the art I wanted to do. It wasn't a look particularly in line with this. And on this, I mean, is this supposed to be Guybrush Threepwood? Because it really doesn't look like any Guybrush Threepwood presentation I've seen before. The Legend of Monkey Island here. Let me just hit play and watch that YouTube video and see if I can glean anything more from it. The logo at the beginning says Rare Games and LucasArts, so definitely Disney would be involved. It definitely is a case that they're still heavily pushing Sea of Thieves. People inside of Microsoft love it. Looking at the logo now, it says The Legend of Monkey Island, exactly in the same font as The Secret of Monkey Island. And then it's showing like pirates and characters that are pretty easily placed, yeah, in from the first Monkey Island game. So, but Guybrush apparently is the governor now, and the protagonist characters seem to be just people from Sea of Thieves as a thing. And Guybrush looks like a mess, and so they're making fun of him. It almost gives the feeling that in this crossover event you are going to play the events of every single sequence in the first Monkey Island game in the Sea of Thieves engine, which, that's weird. That's exactly what this trailer is showing, is that it seems like you're going to play it. Maybe you're not going to play it overall. Now, it says play an original story for free. The legend begins July 20th. So they're saying it's an original story. I don't feel that what they showed really promises an original story. Okay. Why can I not summon anything more on this? Well, whatever. Maybe I needed to use this so I could summon something more. Let's see what we can do now. Can I just summon Zeus as it stands? No. So everything I summon here is going to have that stink of giving him another card. I'm winning so much, it doesn't make a lot of sense to stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, but I also know that there is going to be a decent amount of news today. Maybe not as much news as I would have thought, though. Okay, I'm just going to end there. So this article says Gilbert returned to the series in 2022 with Return to Monkey Island, but while the game was ultimately critically acclaimed, Gilbert shut down the game's official website and stopped talking about it on social media before its release due to, quote, personal attacks from some fans over the new art style. According to Xbox's description of the upcoming Monkey Island expansion for Sea of Thieves, your adventures will have you meet Guybrush Threepwood, his beloved Elaine, the dreaded ghost pilot Captain LeChuck, Murray the demonic talking skull, and more iconic characters. You'll visit freely explorable versions of both Melee Island and Monkey Island, solving puzzles in a point-and-click style adaptation of the Sea of Thieves first person, and for Sea of Thieves first-person view, you'll take place. And it will take place in the Sea of the Damned, so you'll have no interruptions from other players as you relive the iconic series in a brand new way. So it's almost like a Disneyland type take on what Monkey Island would be by remaking the game. And at a certain level, I feel like that might get it more attention for all the people who wouldn't have played Monkey Island games before. Here we have Return to Monkey Island, and you can see it's very positive, and it is on my wish list. But you can also see that the art style is really different. It does have this very triangular, pixely, cartoony look to it versus the more 8-bit visuals that you would have seen before. I think, too, this is an original story and not just a remake of the first game, although there is a lot familiar with the first game. Alright. I'm gonna summon this. See what he does. Yeah. It says it continues the story of the legendary adventures. And this was developed by Terrible Toy Box, which I think is just Ron Gilbert's company. I don't think they've made anything else. and published by Devolver Digital, where this was definitely the Sea of Thieves presentation is not connected to Devolver Digital. I think he has something on the field that's preventing me from special summoning things. It is definitely a bigger question and point that needs to be talked about, in the fact that Ron Gilbert, for better or worse, is thought to be the original author and creator of the Monkey Island games, and yet the rights to the game were given to LucasArts, aka George Lucas, who didn't really work on it at all. I'm sure he didn't do anything on it. And then they were acquired and licensed out to several other companies before finally being sold to Disney. This is where the idea of an artist having moral rights, or being able to claw back the rights to their own creations, makes a lot of sense when they try to do that more in European law. Or perhaps it's easier just to skip that step altogether and just have Guybrush Threepwood and Monkey Island be in public domain, since it's so old. That too would have been a fairly valid way to solve that problem. Yeah, terrible toy box here. Apparently also made Thimbleweed Park, which is very positive. And Dolores Thimbleweed Park, a mini adventure, which apparently I missed, so I'll put that on the wish list. Yeah, they made this Thimbleweed Park, I believe, before he got the rights back to Monkey Island. Man, I cannot do anything. Whatever this guy is doing. Neither player can special summon monsters. Well, this is face up. So why in the world have I not been able to just kill this guy? Guess I haven't been paying attention. On the other hand, I suppose it is also worth saying that if Ron Gilbert had clawed back the rights to Monkey Island completely and owned it, I'm not sure he would have done anything more with it. Like, when he did get the opportunity to return to the Monkey Island series, he drastically changed a game that people were highly nostalgic for, and it's no surprise people weren't very appreciative of that. And then he threw a fit effectively when people criticized him and did the standard "oh, I'm being attacked" argument or complaint. And certainly he hasn't said that he plans on trying to do anything more with Monkey Island, so it's probably better it's not in his hands. I feel like this should be our last game. We're not going out on a victory, but we're doing pretty good. We may be in a bit of a problem as far as Yu-Gi-Oh though, because we need 2 more victories to get to Gold Tier 2. And then this coming soon is starting very quickly. This Legend Anthology Academy. Just go and select the deck. I can't play basically any of those cards. Can't play a single one of those cards. Okay, so we're going to be playing loner cards as far as this Legend Anthology. Legendary duelists such as Hero, Armed Dragon, and Cyber Dragon. Cards only. Did we get the daily quest all done? Except for playing solo, yes. And so there's just like a duel live that we would need to do. We spent all of our gems, so now is the time to just build it back up. And we had some secret packs open, but those obviously went away. So the reaction from Video Games Chronicle here is that Xbox saved the summer with a solid showcase that channeled the E3 of old. That's not particularly what I clicked on this link for, though. I wanted to point out that here you have the main presenter guy from Microsoft wearing this Hexen t-shirt, and then they don't announce anything about Hexen. And then you can get just the beginnings of a very interesting background with a lot of lighting and stage displays and props. Probably way too much money was spent actually decorating the stage than was necessary, but it definitely stands out and shows some interesting stuff there. Where the Starfield Direct, I think, did a really good job of telling me what Starfield is going to feel like and what it's going to be like. It definitely feels like it is going to be Skyrim, but no, it's closer, I think, to Fallout 4 in particular, if everything was in a much more realistic setting. So you're out in space, but the spaceships look like spaceships that we could build right now, or with the same level of technology, just analog buttons. It's not Star Trek-esque in the technology. And then there's a bunch of planets and star systems and regions, and it seems like there's probably 3 main factions that it's going to probably lean somewhat into as far as who you pick to start as your starting faction, and or who you side with in some eventual global war or universal war, I guess. And then from those 3 main factions, it felt like there was at least 4 sets of raiders, enemies that you would see. Fallout 3 certainly is the most recent Fallout I played. Definitely felt like that, where you'll just randomly either be attacked by one of the 4 character raiders every now and then, and you'll never really be able to completely eliminate all those raiders or get them to side with you. At best, maybe you'll get 1 or 2 of the raiders to be on your side, and then the other 3 will just attack you more often. There is perhaps still too much of an emphasis on base building, like in Fallout 4. They're doubling down on that and trying to make some improvements there. They also, during the Direct, announced a expansion for Fallout 76, so they're doubling down on that too. Bethesda ZeniMax is. But yeah, I definitely feel like I now understand what Starfield potentially is going to be a lot more, and don't think that that's that crazy of a I don't think it's that crazy of a game as it could be, because there definitely was a possibility that it could be extremely, extremely crazy. Speaking of crazy, and I don't know how you really could feel about this, Daedalic has come out and announced a game called Surviving Deponia, which is a explore, craft, build, and fight your way through Deponia game. So, the characters of the point-and-click adventure game Deponia in a very different survival top-down twin-stick shooter type game with farming elements too, and resource management, survival mechanics. I guess not resource management so much. It doesn't feel like you've got any of the main characters showing up, though, in this game. And I just don't know how you could possibly be super hyped around this game when Daedalic Entertainment literally just released this game because they were acquired by Nacon. You can see here it says Nacon as the publisher. Mostly negative, 35% positive of 291 user reviews for Lord of the Rings Golem. And certainly this game coming out did inspire me to play Lord of the Rings, the card game, the adventure card game. But yeah, really is not a lot of reason why you would cut Nacon or Daedalic any slack. I assume Daedalic has just been acquired and been told what to do, and they don't have a say in it or a way to break free. I suppose all the employees at Daedalic could just refuse to listen to Nacon and see what happens and get fired, but that's generally, I think, all you could do. So yeah, you really can't be super hyped around this. Even if you were super hyped around this, you do have to admit this is once again Daedalic Entertainment getting away from point-and-click adventure games and potentially dragging their one series of games that have sold extremely well, mostly because they've been cheap during Steam sales, through the dragging that potentially through the mud. And that is not a good thing, really. If anything, I would have said don't touch Deponia at all. Definitely don't try to make a different type of game around it. Just make a new point and click. It would make me feel a lot better if Daedalic said we're going back to our roots and we're making a point and click adventure game, instead of just making a survival game and then slapping a coat of paint on it so it looks like Deponia. Video Games Chronicle, we probably have talked about this, but one of Diablo 4's rarest items has already been found. It's suggested that the Holocron crest won't appear until players are at least level 90, which, yeah, that makes me worry that maybe there's not that much content at the moment in Diablo 4 and people are burning through the content extremely fast. GameDeveloper.com has an article here, why NetherRealm went with the cameo mechanic for Mortal Kombat 1. I still think it is very dangerous to change up how your fighting game mechanic goes and plays in a long established series like Mortal Kombat, even if you're soft rebooting it. Mortal Kombat series co-creator Ed Boon explains that the origins of Mortal Kombat 1's new cameo system apparently began as sidekicks. I guess Ed Boon was on the stage at the Jeff Keighley event. I don't even remember that. Again, probably by that point I was just not interested in watching all of it. One of the problems as a YouTube content creator making shorts around games being announced during these events is that, particularly for the PC gaming show, they had like 12 different streams with subtitles for different languages going at the exact same time, like multi-streaming. I don't even know how you could get so many streams going at the same time on YouTube without having special permission, which they probably do. And they had a trailer going out for every game they mentioned, just like the instant it played during the live stream. So, rightfully so, I guess the PC gaming show deserves as many clicks as they can get, but it definitely doesn't leave any room for any other reporters to report on news when you can just put out the news yourself direct and get all the clicks and views yourself. The rich effectively getting richer in views, and the poor startup indie content creators like me are not even getting little scraps. Let's see. This is a lot of text here. I guess check out this article if you're interested. I've lost interest already. Time will tell, certainly, as far as how people receive the sidekick system, or the cameo system, I guess is what it's called. And then there was this Like a Dragon Ruga Gotoku trailers for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth played, where you have this Japanese guy, Yakuza guy, waking up naked on the beach. Looks like probably in California, and he doesn't realize he's naked. And weirdly, not that many people are even reacting to him being naked. The whole scene is tongue-in-cheek firmly, and that there's always something in front of the camera view, so you can't see him naked. And then he eventually figures out he's naked and is embarrassed by that, which doesn't really make a lot of sense that a Yakuza person would be that upset, or even a Japanese person in general would be that upset being seen naked on the beach. Maybe it's a little bit different than, say, in a public bathing facility or being seen by women. The Westerners seem to really just walk by him and totally ignore him for the most part, except for one lady that starts screaming at the end, at the appointed scripted time. The bigger thing I would say about this trailer is it's pretty common for Japanese people to not allow people with tattoos of any sort, but particularly Yakuza with big old back tattoos, to be on the beach, even though maybe the beaches are supposed to be public. And I mean, there's not really a good reason for it. They may claim it's for cleanliness reasons, but I mean, that's just bull. They just don't like Yakuza and people with tattoos, because they enforce those rules often when you just have like somebody with a small little butterfly tattoo or something, somebody who's not clearly not in Yakuza. And so you'd think maybe that aspect would have played a role more than him being naked. But the announcement at the Xbox presentation of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth shows that Sega is somewhat willing to make a big announcement, even if it's not their biggest announcement with Microsoft. Whereas Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, is a more serious trailer that was at the Jeff Keighley presentation. Notably, there is no real PlayStation Direct or anything happening in this period, the Summer Game Fest, but I think there was one just a couple of weeks ago, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some other PlayStation Direct a week or two from now. There is a bigger point to point out, certainly, as far as when are video games going to be able to grow up a little bit more, instead of playing to what is a fairly childish idea and mentality that being seen naked is that big of a deal, particularly when you're talking about a Yakuza spin-off game where the Yakuza are killing people um, and like fighting nonstop, extorting. Like Yakuza games are rated M for mature, so seeing a little bit of nudity in just a more natural way really should be fairly normal. It shouldn't have to be a joke. It shouldn't have to be beyond the line or beyond the limit. Really, we are decades past the point where games really should be able to grow up, and nudity shouldn't be relegated exclusively to adult sex games. Like, M for mature should stand for something more than just violence exclusively. If they want to do that, there really should just be a V for violence rating, and then M for mature should be what the adults only series would be. I guess there is some level to that already. Still nothing really new happening on Steam. So it's not like we're seeing a big sale. Apparently the IGN Summer Game Fest is happening right now. And then there's a Capcom showcase. And then another IGN thing. And then another Media Indie Exchange. I don't even know what that is. One of the events that I watched also was this Wholesome Direct. And that's another example of something that there was just nothing relevant there at all. That was quite the bummer, as it were. Okay. You know what? I should use this page, though, to make the YouTube Shorts. Yeah. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of this before? I guess I didn't think about making shorts in the first place. But had I thought of this, I could have just used this page now, because some of these things, like this Guerrilla Collective one, this event I don't even think has happened yet. So I could have just opened all of these tabs, made a whole bunch of shorts around it before they even came out. And I could have totally done the same with the Xbox Games Studios games. And this limits everything down to the things on Steam. There was a Senua Saga Hellblade 2 trailer. I lost interest at well before that played, but also I'm not really interested in Senua Saga as a game. Some of these games being shown make less sense, though. I don't know how Gears 5 technically falls into the category of the games they're talking about. It seems like they've created a situation here to just advertise Microsoft games in general. But yeah, this whole Wholesome Direct was 3 random people I don't know. I assume they're streamers. I assume they're wholesome streamers and not Twitch thoughts. Which there's a new competitor to Twitch with all the complaints around Twitch that is basically just a total clone to Twitch. Which, whatever. I mean, I don't think that really changes enough to make me think I would want to spend any time trying that competitor. I forget what the name of it even was. So this would be the IGN event here that's going on right now. Oh, this would have made so much more sense. Okay, well, I can fix that after the stream. I can make all the continued things, all the YouTube shorts, and just shove them out. Now, the problem is you're shoving them out. Had I thought of this before, I guess there's always next time. but had I thought of this before, I could have put out YouTube Shorts exclusively, like 3 a day for, or probably not 3 a day. I probably still would have had to put out a lot, but I could have separated them out a lot more and scheduled them out a lot more. I could have even potentially paused the regular YouTube Shorts from coming out. But yeah, as far as events, I would say Xbox Game Showcase looked really good. PC Gaming Showcase really didn't look that great. They need new presenters and a new format in total. Wholesome Direct covered a bunch of games I didn't care about, and the Summer Games Fest part that's actually called Summer Games Fest could have used a little bit of work. Starfield Direct was pretty good. Devolver Digitals was pretty bad. And then I think these 3 other ones, Future of Play, Tribeca Games Spotlight, and OTK Games Expo, haven't happened yet. If they have, then I haven't looked at them yet. Okay. So, as far as announcements go, Persona 3 Reloaded has been announced for Xbox Series and Xbox One and PC. It's due out in 2024. This is what I think I saw, all new visuals and all new audio, remaking the Persona 3 experience, which is to mention that Persona 3 Portable content and Persona 3 Fest, FES as in festival, content will not be in the Reload. So that is definitely an example of a game where it's very believable that a better definitive version of this game would come out for the PlayStation after some exclusivity. And this is from Atlas. It triples down certainly on the idea that you don't need to play Persona 1 or Persona 2 or any of the other Shin Megami Tensei games. They really just want you to play this. It does look like they've improved the graphics somewhat in these screenshots, which is nice, but I don't know if there's really going to be any quality of life improvements at all. All new English voiceover characters. Let's see. A revamped battle system, cutting edge graphics, gameplay, enhanced audio featuring all new English voiceover, and much more. I wonder if it never had English voice actors or if they didn't pay very good voice actors the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't pay much the first time for English voice actors, if they even did. It'll feature content from the original Persona 3 and not content from Persona 3 Fest or Persona 3 Portable. Basically, he explains that away. The producer, I believe it was, explained it away, saying the basic concept of Persona 3 Remake was to remake the Persona 3. We don't have the Fest and Portable contents included. We wanted to really genuinely work on recreating the Persona 3 Festival. Although Persona 3 experience. Although, how much are you really faithfully recreating Persona 3's experience if you are already improving the battle system and revamping the battle system? Let's see. So we really can't go into details at this point, but we have remade basically everything from scratch as for Persona 3, the original version. So we have newly recorded voices, we have new scenes and events, we also have both new and arranged music. I assume that might be rearranged music. We'll be releasing that information following everything, so please look forward to that. This is all being translated from a Japanese producer. So, yeah. It is fairly big news, though, that this Atlas game is coming to Xbox and not PlayStation. Let's see. Should be noted that Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, and Persona 5 Royal were exclusively announced for Xbox One Series and PC via the Microsoft Store for a 48-hour window before Atlas confirmed the titles would be available for additional platforms such as PS5, PS4, Switch, and PC via Steam. Gemetsu understands Persona 3 Reload will be available for multiple platforms. Yep. So they got the exclusive announcement, but almost certainly within 6 weeks to 6 months, this would be on the PlayStation. And in Japan, if this game sells at all, which it probably should, it'll almost certainly sell exclusively on the PlayStation 5 because nobody has an Xbox in Japan. Now, I guess we don't really have a Steam link in this case. It is PC Microsoft Store is the only links they have at the moment. Then there was this game called Avowed, which when I was watching the trailer on this, I kind of wondered if maybe this was going to be either a Elder Scrolls game with just a very different art style, and that this was what Elder Scrolls, the next Skyrim game, was going to look like, which it is potentially that we will see a game that's a lot more colorful and less realistic and deep in the brown color palette like that Skyrim has. That being said, Lizardmen aren't really known for Skyrim, and bears with mushrooms on them aren't really known in Skyrim. There was, if this is the game I'm thinking about, a trailer of a lot of like kind of demon-like characters flying in and landing. It felt a lot like dragons in Elder Scrolls. This feels almost like an Assassin's Creed series. You have this big green guy talking to you. There is actually a decent amount of new games that were announced over the weekend. You can see he's doing these kinds of spell attacks. So it all feels very fantasy. I could definitely believe that Elder Scrolls might look a lot like this, though. It's a little too cartoony, but I wouldn't be super surprised. Let's see if... Was this the game with the big monsters that were crashing down? Or that was the thing, is that you'd have these monsters landing and... Yeah, this point also made me feel like it probably wasn't a Elder Scrolls game too, just having skeletons walking around in such a cartoony manner. But Avowed does generally look kind of interesting. Let's see, then we had the Sea of Thieves crossover event announced. We've already talked about that. Not going to watch every trailer. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 announced for Xbox Series and PC. Powered by the significantly evolved Asobo Studio engine. So there's one game that's not run by the Unreal Engine, which kind of makes some sense. Would it come to Steam? Probably eventually. A Dune expansion was also announced for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know if that's 2023 or 2024 version. Which that's a weird crossover, but it, I guess, kind of makes a little bit of sense since there are those weird airplanes in Dune. So this game doesn't seem to have any DLC at the moment. But it does have in-app purchases, so I wonder if that's how you get more content as far as the Dune crossover. I'm still not really sure, though I would want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's see, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 launches in 2024. Considerably few launches or announcements of times during the presentations over the weekend. This trailer is kind of bad because the entirety of the trailer that they were showing that I saw was in this cave with just her hearing voices and talking to somebody. They really were not showing off anything other than her face in darkness. I don't even know where these screenshots came from, because I don't think I saw that in the trailer. Yeah. And what are you supposed to do with something like this? It's something I would make a short for because it was shown at the right place during the presentation, the Summerfest. Otherwise, I wouldn't even make a YouTube short on this because there is no release date. There's really nothing to say here. I guess that's where having two different types of shorts allows me to have two different sets of rules. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth launches in early 2024. This was the teaser trailer. So it definitely seems like anytime there's an adult video, that is not working anymore. And let's see. Let me see if I can fix this somehow. Maybe I did something. No, I don't think I did anything. So yeah, I can't figure out for the life of me why it says video is restricted. Please check with your Google Workspace administrator or the network administrator. Oh, I know what's going on. It's AdBlock Home. Or AdGuard Home. That's the name of it. I installed that, and then I did not assign my PC to avoid the adult filtering section. So by default, anything that connects to my network, whether wired like my PC or Wi-Fi, is filtered so that you can't see adult videos, including adult videos on YouTube. So everything is working exactly the way it should be. I just didn't make a whitelist for that specific IP. Okay, I can fix that. I can fix that easily, and I will fix that later. I would have to change my IP address inside my LAN to fix it, because I made a subnet IP of a few IP addresses that would not have adult filtering in them. And frankly, that was 3 or 4 weeks ago. and it's taken me 3 or 4 weeks to really recognize it, and which either means I wasn't paying that much attention or it hasn't been doing that good of a job filtering things. So yeah, okay. Moving on, Capcom announced Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess for the Xbox Series PC. This was another weird trailer because I kept looking at it and thinking, oh, this doesn't look like anything that I could place at all, because it had this almost like Onichambara game appeal to it, or Ninja Gaiden, I think is the name of the game. You just have a lot of like monstrous things. Yeah, you can see it's a lot of monstrous hands all around. But then you have this samurai lady, and then this kind of fast-paced hack and slash experience. It's very dancing like in the actions, and then there's ladies supporting him, dancing and doing some kind of mystical actions and patterns. I almost thought that this might be either that Japanese Silent Hill game, because this would be very weird and unexpected if this was Silent Hill with all these Japanese monsters. But yeah, it's just a whole nother game, and a whole nother Japanese game, which probably means I shouldn't be showing the trailer. So yeah, release date not announced. Let's see, Forza Motorsport launches October 10th, so pretty much the only game so far we've had that has actually been properly given a release date is Forza Motorsport, which it's a good looking racing game for as far as I can tell. Of course, you have some major problems when the base game does not include a ton of extra content, and you have to make these kinds of charts. That's where you've missed the plot, almost certainly. Overwatch 2 had this Invasion update launching August 10th. This 2 being put during the Microsoft presentation, when it definitely wouldn't have been if Microsoft wasn't in the process of trying to acquire Activision Blizzard. And this trailer just once again reminded me of how ugly I feel like Overwatch 2 has gotten, with so many characters in just giant mech suits and heavy armor, or just covering up most of their body, with Tracer being the only character that has that superhero spandex feel that I feel like Overwatch leaned more into. And even her, she looks like she's mostly got a lot of her body covered up too. There was a lot promised in this Overwatch 2 trailer from what I was saying, which a lot of it felt like it was trying to make up for the content that they admitted that they weren't going to make, and that they had promised as to the reason why they went from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. So it really felt like a make good update announcement, if anything, trying to win back fans. Then we have a I don't know if you really call this a crossover game, but a game called Persona 5 Tactica being announced for the Xbox One and Xbox Series and PC. Weirdly, it kind of feels like it should be a mobile game. It is more chibi and cartoony characters, and while it looks a lot like the Persona games, I think it plays a lot more like either an XCOM game or what is that, Mario vs. Rabbids game, or even a tower defense game. It feels like there's a narrative and a story happening in this game that has very little to do with the Phantom Thieves, and that the Phantom Thieves have just ended up in this different world and they're assisting a different group of people in a war. And it definitely feels like this art style has been created so people clearly know that this Persona game is not going to be considered canon, and it probably means they're not going to really care too much about it, or it's not going to be really that good. But again, now you have two Atlus games, both with Persona in the name, being announced on the Xbox Direct instead of for PlayStation, coming out for the Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC on the Microsoft Store on November 17th. Then Dueled announced a puzzle action climbing game called Dueled for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Dueled, makers of the Life is Strange games, and not a lot else. The trailer was interesting in that you're doing something different than your standard Life is Strange game. But I don't know if it's really ambitious enough. You've got this person that's basically just free climbing, but he seems to have some kind of maybe technology that would support him somewhat. Maybe the gloves with the yellow behind it. And then he has these attachment points that he can just place on the wall and then jump. He has this creature on his back, and that seems to create climbing plants, like ladders on the wall, when the creature calls out. So it's a very different art style and a very different focus as far as having actual gameplay mechanics, whereas Life is Strange games haven't had that. So I'm interested in seeing if they can do something different and if it can be any better. But I mean, you have to be somewhat cautiously optimistic in that my criticism around Dueled has always been that it was a couple of Canadian guys who made Life is Strange trying to tell a teenage American girl's story. This is a fantasy story, so you can't throw that criticism as much at them, but I don't know if they have a great idea here that can go for the entirety of a 10 to 20 hour experience, if not longer. And then, of course, lots of people would say Life is Strange and Dueled is very woke, and so are we going to find that there's just a lot of identity politics being shoved into this climbing game for no reason? We'll have to see more before we could even begin to make suspicions. Juicent. This is almost certainly a great example of a game that should not have been announced during this period, because it is a small indie game that's not going to appeal to that many people, and it is not going to really compete with the likes of a Starfield Direct spending 30 minutes plus, I think it was, talking about Starfield, or even the announcements of other games. Even the Persona games have more clout than a brand new game. Brand new games probably should not be shown during the Summer Game Fest at all, or they should be separated into a early presentation before the main event, where here's the brand new games you've never heard of, and then here's the games that are big AAA games that you have heard of. You can see there's a 15th birthday sale for Dueled on Steam. which I guess you could get Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, which I don't. When did this come out? June 8th. And let's see, Remember Me, which, wow, I didn't realize Don't Nod had worked on that game. Pretty terrible, but at $5.99 it's probably worth it, but a pretty hard game to play even at that. Vampire, $7.99. Life is Strange Complete Season for $3.99 is a decent price. Twin Mirror for $7.49 maybe it's worth it. Life is Strange 2 though at $9.57 is probably not worth it. And then Tell Me Why, I guess it's free to play because it's already in my library. And then this game, I don't even, when did this come out? Wow, they've actually released more games than I thought they did. And then they also have Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, which I haven't seen any trailer for that. So why did they put out a trailer for Juicent instead of Banishers, or instead of both? Captain Spirit was another free-to-play thing. The general idea of the Life is Strange series, which I don't even see Life is Strange 3 being listed here, so it must not be on sale, or it's not by Don't Nod, one or the other. I think the general idea was going to be that you'd have different characters with different abilities as far as a mini-series, or an anthology type series of video games, but it didn't really work out. This game Harmony is on my follow list, but it hasn't had much of a reception. It's 82% positive with 28 user reviews. And then this Gerda game came out in 2022 and I just totally missed it, so I'll put that on the wish list. Let's see, Secret Mode in the Chinese Room announced a psychological horror game called Still Wakes the Deep for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's due out in early 2024. Noticeably, we are getting some things that are saying 2024, and we are getting some things that are saying early 2024, which mostly on Steam. That just leads to it being to be announced. I don't even know if I saw this trailer. It's not a lot being shown here on the screenshots, other than this looks fairly well polished visually, where the rest of this looks alright, but maybe not as well polished. A action RPG social sim called Hybrid Dungeons. No, it's an action RPG social sim hybrid called Dungeons of Hinterberg was announced for Xbox Series and PC. This is yet another trailer that missed me by. Inherently, this is the problem, is that I try to watch these streams and I lose interest and totally black out entire trailers, or the entire trailers are just not actually there, and then there's a press release package that's released for games that were cut for time during the presentation. Yeah, I don't recall seeing anything like this at all. And considering that there is, oh yeah, I did see this trailer because it had this weird sword, and then this lady starts going on kind of an adventure with her sword, and I don't think I made it even to this point in the trailer before I lost interest. Nothing wrong with the trailer at all. The boredom really just builds up in me at seeing trailers. It drains me emotionally, I suppose, as far as my attention span. So then there was the Cyberpunk 2077 expansion, Phantom Liberty, launching September 26th. This was the one that did have that one celebrity on stage, the guy who plays this guy, Keanu Reeves, yeah. But then I'm not really sure I got a general idea of what they were trying to imply this new female character in this DLC was all about. Kind of feels like she's supposed to be a spy. I don't know if that's really what's going on. And if anything, it just feels like they're trying to make yet another character be an iconic character visually for the Cyberpunk series, which probably would help if they succeeded at that. But there definitely is no Witcher type character in Cyberpunk, because you have a custom character creator that you're playing as in Cyberpunk anyways, and Keanu Reeves just looks like Keanu Reeves. It probably would have been better if they didn't have a custom character creator and then you just played as somebody, as a base character model with a base story, base voice acting, base personality, and a more linear, interesting story. Moving on, City Skylines 2 launches October 24th, which, you know, as soon as I saw this trailer, I couldn't really be interested in it because City Skylines as a sim is just not what I'm that interested in. I didn't get deep enough into Cities 1 to be able to tell you what the difference is. It looks like there's probably going to be more infrastructure or just support for bigger cities and more better simulations in Cities 2. And I imagine Cities 1 is probably 5 or 6 years old now, so it definitely is reasonable for a simulator to upgrade. I guess I'm going to put this on the fall list just to have a general idea of how well it's received when it does come out. And then you have Atlas, I believe this is Atlas, announcing a third game called Project Re Fantasy. It was, project name was Re Fantasy, Returning to Fantasy. The actual game is called Metaphor Re Fantasio for Xbox Series and PC. There you have a elf girl and a cat and a guy with 2 different colored eyes. It looks a lot like it is in the Shin Megami Tensei universe, but I'm not sure it really is, because it might be different demons, or it might just not be connected in any way. And their Persona style of visuals is going to give you a very different style of fantasy too. This definitely looks like a Persona game. But this monster is not really your traditional Tolkien Lord of the Rings style fantasy character that you would expect. Plant type creatures with spider legs. Maybe a little bit more of that. From the creative minds of the Persona series, Metaphor Re Fantasio marks Atlas' first ever full-scale fantasy RPG brought to you by Katsura Hashino, character designer Shigenori Soejima, and composer Shoji Meguro. Again, Gamatsu here. We're already done with the Video Games Chronicles articles. We really passed those quickly, didn't we? Or I've already forgotten about them. They're pointing out that Atlas has a history of announcing exclusivity for the Xbox and PC before then announcing them for other platforms. So there is definitely a feeling here that this may be a bit of a bait and switch, but even at that doesn't really matter that much, because it is definitely a statement and a slap in the face to Sony to announce your game this way, assuming Sony didn't just pass on it. It may very well be the case that Atlas went to Sony with all these trailers and said, here's the trailers we want to have in your direct, and they said, nah, we're not interested, and that they just moved on to Microsoft as a second choice. So, yeah. This definitely doesn't feel like your traditional Japanese RPG fantasy game. It feels like what you would get if you were trying to make a fantasy game while still using your knowledge and experience of making Persona games. And potentially here, if this sells well, this might be the perfect place to jump into Atlas RPG games, in that there probably isn't going to be a requirement to play any previous games. Instead, you can just start here, and then if they make a sequel, move on to the sequel. I would wait, certainly, though, and see it as you get closer to the actual release date. If they do all of a sudden change their tune and say it is in the Shin Megami Tensei universe, and that, or if you start to see monsters that are very much like Shin Megami Tensei monsters, because then you're effectively just playing yet another Shin Megami Tensei game, which is fine, but make sure that's what you want to play. Let's see, Xbox Game Studios and Stoic announced an action-adventure game called Towerborn for the Xbox One and Series and the PC, which I don't know if I saw this. Hack and slash colorful game. Looks interesting enough, certainly. And then Xbox Game Studios and InXile Entertainment announced a first-person RPG game called Clockwork Revolution for the Xbox Series and PC. It's now in early development, and in a lot of ways it feels like this is literally just a ripoff of, what is it called? BioShock Infinite. Yeah. There's a time mechanic in the narrative, and it definitely feels like it was somewhat inspired by the robots in Atomic Heart. But at the core of it, I think it's gun in one hand, magic in the other, BioShock gameplay style, and there is these big robots that look like the Handymans, I think is what they were called in BioShock Infinite, or the Big Daddies equivalents. It's just a lot of like steam mechanotron things. I don't know if the time mechanic at all even plays a real role. So it may very well just be a narrative based thing. It's going to be very steampunky. You can see there's a revolver, a shotgun, and probably a machine gun. I wouldn't be surprised if there's only 3 or 4 weapons. And then you have this single enemy, and then maybe you'll have some effects that locally affect time, but I don't know if you're actually going to be able to drastically affect time. That was one of the things in BioShock Infinite that Ken Levine wanted to accomplish, was to have more of a local time manipulation ability for Elizabeth, but it didn't work, and it literally just created a scenario. Here's your Big Daddy equivalent where in Bioshock Infinite you have a storyline point where you jump into a future timeline and then get thrown back into your timeline or an alternate universe or whatever. Like, even with this new game, you're already going down the path of time manipulation, alternate universes, so you're already making a dangerous precedent. This could play very well, certainly, and the story could be fine. Like, it doesn't have to be that amazing. I think any game planning on being as mind-breaking as Bioshock 1 should just give up and not do that, and I think most game developers should just admit to themselves that they don't have that much writing skill, so they should just focus on making good playable games. And then a average story is good enough. So I was wrong. I guess Starfield's gameplay trailer was a 45-minute deep dive. Game additions and more being announced. Yeah. Overall, again, it just feels like it is a much more down-to-earth experience. I guess no pun intended. I don't know if you really can get to Earth in the game. And yeah, they showed off a lot of characters that seem like they're going to play a fairly big role. Let's see. The cover here showing off probably the three main characters from the three main factions. And this is like your robotic pet or assistant who can follow you around or not. Yeah, you have a custom character creator, so none of these characters on this are actually the main protagonist. Then you have a spaceship flying away, and then you have a giant building city on a planet. Yeah, I feel definitely better informed, which maybe that directly connects to being better, more hyped around Starfield now. That being said, I'm not sure we had any talk whatsoever as far as what it is going to be launched on. Because at a certain point it might be, I guess it's already been announced, it's going to come out for PC via Steam and the Microsoft Store on September 6th. Noticeably not coming out on the Activision Blizzard launcher, which I guess makes a lot of sense because it's not owned by Activision Blizzard. I meant to say it's not coming out on the ZeniMax. What is that? What was that called? They made a launcher specifically for ZeniMax games, didn't they? No, I think I'm just confusing it with the Epic Games launcher, and it's not an Epic Games. Fallout 4 get released on a special launcher. Battle.net. No, that's Activision Blizzard. Oh man, I can't even think straight. Well, they must have shut down that launcher. Bethesda launcher, yeah. They must have shut that down because there's no Bethesda launcher mentioned at all in this article, and I think, yeah, it must have been shut down and given up on. Alright. So yeah, I feel better informed, and thus I feel a little bit confident, more confident in what this game is. I'm still not 100% sure that it's a good game by any means. Definitely feels like you could find a lot of people playing the game and just feeling like it's a little too generic and doesn't have anything interesting going for it. It is a shame that they have to use Skyrim as a sales point for this game, and that Bethesda really hasn't released anything other than Skyrim and Fallout 4 to compare it to or to put their name behind, since so many other of the Bethesda games have just been poorly received, like Fallout 76 or even Fallout Shelter is not games that were as well received. The game Frostpunk 2 launches in 2024. Weirdly, this is, I think, one of those games that had a decent amount of reviewer appeal, and mainstream video game journalists were talking about Frostpunk for 3 or 4 weeks, when I'm not sure that many people really were playing Frostpunk. And yeah, I don't feel like they launched enough DLC or added content to it to keep people's attention. Now they're making a sequel. We'll see how well it's received. A game called Duelist launches in 2024. This is another one that I don't remember. Okay, yeah, this was the one where it felt a lot like you were trying to make a Blade Runner Minecraft clone. You can see in everything other than one lady, who I think is a hologram, and your digital assistants. Everything else, including the people, every now and then I'd get a glimpse of it, are in this voxel based images, and you can definitely see it here as far as the textures. But then you would have the lady show up in the trailer, but she's not showing up yet, and then she would look way better visually depicted than, yeah, this lady. She's just not voxel based, and it just doesn't quite make sense. Maybe it's just an inconsistency, really, as far as how one character is rendered versus the other. And then you're in the poorest part bottom of this city, and they're telling you to work hard and work your way upward. And then they mention this random serial killer that is in the bottom part of the city. And most of the trailer is talking about how wonderful this city is, Navalis. So yeah, I definitely was left very confused as to what this was supposed to be as a game. Yeah, there's just a weirdness as far as how the people are rendered versus the textures of everything else is rendered. And then this lady, they were really focusing in on showing off that lady. But I guess she's real because she was serving food to other people, so she's not just some kind of digital assistant. Then, yeah, there's a different lady that looks like they're rendered kind of nicely. Yeah. Overall, I guess I'm just confused as to what Navalis is, and I'll have to leave it at that. Then there was this very weird announcement, and this was one of the PC Gamer Show announcements, so we jumped at some point from the Microsoft announcements to these, probably after that Gematsu article talking about Starfield. So, yeah, let's see. Yeah. So there's this kind of weird Christmas Carol inspired Metroidvania game called Ebenezer and the Invisible World, announced for consoles and PCs. He seems to have the ability to summon a bunch of ghost characters, several of which I definitely don't recognize from the Christmas Carol storylines. And yeah, it does seem like they potentially just threw a dart at a dartboard, or pick something at random to make a Metroidvania around, which isn't a terrible idea. Like, how many different times can you make something that is trying to be a sci-fi fantasy game that is somewhat like Metroid, or a fantasy game that is something like Castlevania, but none of those games that are clones of direct Metroid game clones or direct Castlevania clones ever do anything new or interesting with that art style. So why not go with the Christmas Carol? If anything, if this game is successful, this would be one of the first successful, somewhat Christmas themed games out there. If it's successful, I think they are taking pretty big risks here. But yeah, by going with a Christmas Carol theme, you can draw very different background art. So it's almost as if they wanted a art style that the artist wanted to draw these things, and they squeezed the game around it. But this keeps you out of a castle somewhat, and it keeps you away from just a cave in your fighting sections. Now, the weirdness here is that this does also just feel really, really crazy, because it makes it, I guess you have to just assume this is Ebenezer with magical powers after the events of him having a change of heart. And you can see he's fighting these like ghostly spirits. That's one would assume he's the good guy, although he really should be the bad guy. But then if he was the bad guy, he would be fighting probably workers or employees of his. Yep, and you can see it definitely feels like a Metroidvania in the map. And you've got some upgrades. In a lot of ways, this feels like the kind of idea that a young kid or teenager would have come up with, and then they potentially would have put it in their book of ideas, their journal of ideas, and then they would have gotten the opportunity to be a game developer a decade later, once out of college, and have a decade later or so, and then they pulled out their journal of ideas and said, hey, let's see if that really can happen. This is probably the craziest game that's been announced so far of the announcements. Then here's some weirdness. This Eternights, which was announced just a couple days ago, now has been given yet another trailer, and I guess it just has a release date now, which seems like that's a little weird to announce the game and then in less than a few days announce the release date. But perhaps there was just some rapid reaction to the original announcement, and they said, okay, that's good enough, let's push the game out because we're not going to get any more attention than what we already have, or let's shove the game out because we know now there's not going to really be any competition during that time frame. So yeah, there could be a couple of reasons, but it does seem like just a weird experiment. We have, so far, I don't think I've seen anybody say the game is out now, or a demo. I've seen maybe a couple games say a demo is out now with the trailers during the Summer Game Fest, but I don't think anybody said the game is out now. So whoever pulled the trigger on that one, if anybody does, probably would have some success. But that does also highlight a interesting question about, do these Summer Game Fest type presentations eat up people's attention spans so people wouldn't buy a game and play it because they're too busy watching trailers for other games, particularly if the game is just a small indie game. And I suppose Microsoft doesn't really have that much of a desire to say, hey, our AAA game is out now, buy it and play it. Although Microsoft could have done that, certainly people would have been, the other game developers would have been upset if they came out and said Starfield is out now, and then the rest of Summer Game Fest was completely ignored by most players because most people were playing Starfield. Whoever presents last could pull that off without irritating too many people, but that's about it. And then even if whoever presented their last event for the Summer Game Fest did announce something being out now, nothing stops Sony or Microsoft from coming back and releasing something else. Moving on, Behavior Interactive and Lunark Studios' Project S has been officially titled Islands of Insight. This is a weird looking game that caught my eye. On one hand, it feels a lot like The Witness. On the other hand, it has online co-op and looks weirdly more like you're playing a Asian fantasy game, MMO type experience. You have these characters, you have these long jumps from island to island. All the characters come off as being kind of in a weird, almost pseudo-Greek fantasy style. There's supposedly very unique and bespoke puzzles throughout the entire world, and that's what you're solving. But the trailer shows a lot of jumping and running, so they're just like adding a lot of action and movement, and I don't know why you would do that. Yeah. If anything, I have some heavy suspicions that somebody licensed or this was made by a Japanese MMO developer, and then they, at the last second, they said, this isn't going to work as a MMO, let's just add a bunch of puzzles instead. The idea of solving puzzles with others is very unappealing to me, to say the least. I think that is definitely not the kind of experience I would want to have. And then jumping from island to island and these visuals are not particularly appealing to me either. Like, I just would want to get to the puzzles quickly, not have a parkour platforming experience potentially. And if you told me that the flying and the jumping around had more to do with potential expandability of a game like this, and that this would be The Witness if The Witness was constantly could be updated and get more content, I might be willing to buy that. But yeah, if The Witness did get more content, I would really just want a sequel. I wouldn't want some kind of DLC expansion. And for most puzzle games, I really probably would just want a sequel and not any kind of expansion or DLC. I definitely suspect that the puzzles may be wildly varied in their quality or challenge. Then, if the Christmas Story Metroidvania wasn't weird enough, a Mexican Deus de la Muerte style Metroidvania called Mariachi Legends was announced for PC. Let's see, we'll launch that Steam page. So there's a lot of focus on this death character, and she turns this like detective character into her own avatar. So you have this like detective character on a train here, and then so they make this whole point to show you Pablo Cruz, and then she just transforms him. Did I miss the transformation? Yeah. So you see this Lady Death here. And if anything, this kind of feels like Shadow Man. She transforms him into La Sombra. And then I guess that's where the game really begins. And then it's just a hack and slash Metroidvania game. So yeah, another weird Metroidvania game, which same thing as I said before, better to do something different with a Metroidvania game. I wonder if this is potentially people making clones of Metroid Dread, even though neither one of those games really looked like Metroid Dread. But I could see maybe an inspiration there. It could just be random, though. It's not that crazy that 2 new Metroidvania games would be announced. Dead Cells is also very popular. That could have been the inspiration for both or either of them. And we do have the Metroid Prime remakes out now, so that might have been some inspiration too, or potentially getting the game out before Metroid Prime 4 gets released, if it ever does get released. Notably, Nintendo not involved in the Summer Game Fest at all. We haven't heard anything about a Nintendo product in the past couple days. Moving on, Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin opens a beta test for July 7th to the 10th, which I don't know if that was really part of the Game Fest announcement or not. Yeah, you kind of would expect more of that too. It's like, if you're not going to say the game is out now, you could say it's available for pre-order now, or the beta test is coming. There's definitely a very, very small amount of actual actionable information coming out from these events. It really is just, here's a trailer and don't ask any questions. You know, at this point too, it also would have been a lot nicer if you start to get credits mentioned as the games are being announced for the first time. Maybe not in the direct presentations, but in the press packets, in the information, where you start to say, this company is working on the game, this company is, these people have already started working on the game, to start to establish the idea of, we're going to give credits even before the game is released, instead of withholding crediting anybody until the game is released and then removing credits for people because you don't like them or they didn't stay till the launch of the game. Which, yeah. But yeah, the only time you get any maker, any creator of a game mentioned, it tends to be a big name like Ed Boon, who sells himself on being a big influential person involved in the creation of like the Mortal Kombat series, when really I wouldn't be surprised if he's really just a middle manager, if he's involved at all. And even at that, the Fable remake, not really mentioning Peter Molyneux that much, because he's not involved. Moving on, Citizen Sleeper 2 Star Wars Vector has been announced for PC. Okay. No release date on that. And I would have to probably do some research to figure out what Citizen Sleeper 1 was even about. And yeah, there's still a major problem as far as Citizen, like, not really connecting prequels to sequels. And here we see them violating the new rules on Steam where they put out text to promote things. So yeah, Citizen Sleeper 1, very positive. It is tagged as almost a tabletop cyberpunk game though, so maybe not really my style of game, and that's definitely not the vibe I was getting from this trailer. This trailer is very much just screenshots from the trailer. So yeah, it's no wonder I had no idea what this was about. I just saw this trailer and was just like, yeah, I have no idea what this is. If you had told me it was just going to be an anime series, I would have believed you. Island Life simulation game Critter Cove has been announced for the PS4 and PS5, the Xbox One and Xbox Series, and PC. It's due out in early access in 2023. The name Critter Cove on this trailer really didn't feel like it was that big of a deal. They made a big emphasis on this like bathtub boat he builds, and then it feels like he probably just lands on Critter Cove and then does a lot of Stardew Valley type stuff. And I don't know if he leaves the island much. Obviously you swim underwater to get resources. I guess you upgrade your boat, do a little bit of fishing, and then you have anthropomorphic animals, although not that anthropomorphic. Definitely don't feel like furries as much as they feel just like cartoon animal characters. So, I mean, in a lot of ways this does just feel like a Animal Crossing game. This was from Tiny Build as the publisher, and there was really just a massive amount of announcements. This game Sand. Wow, there's just a ton of announcements from them almost exclusively, as far as Tiny Build is the publisher, which I guess you have to applaud Tiny Build for doing that, in that they've managed to actually be a publisher of note. Kill It With Fire 2, Sand, Critter Cove. Interesting, it says non-E3 announcements roundup. Yeah, I guess that's what they're calling it, is non-E3 instead of E3. A game called Ferocious, I don't think I even saw that one. And then release dates for several games were also announced. Space opera Metroidvania game called Altered Alma was also announced for PC. I don't think I saw this one. I think this would have caught my attention. Yeah. Almost certainly an anime looking trailer like this would have caught my attention. So either this was not in any of the presentations I watched, or I was completely checked out at this point. I am not sure what makes something a space opera, per se. If you said rock opera, I would know what you're talking about. But space opera? So an opera or operatic feeling. I guess it's supposed to feel like an opera set in space. I guess that's the general idea. Okay. Well, that definitely caught my attention. Then a game called Invector Rhythm Galaxy has been announced for PC. This is coming from Hello There Games, not to be confused with Hello Games, I guess. This one not really catching my attention. Yeah, I don't know what a rhythm game would have to do to really capture my attention. And then the Invincible Not Everything Everywhere Is For Us trailer. So the game is called The Invincible. The trailer is called Not Everything Everywhere Is For Us, which is an interesting idea to point out. Yeah, looks like some kind of space game. Maybe with some factory elements, but yeah, if anything, it feels more like it's a survival adventure game. What is this coming to? Steam, Epic Games Store, and Good Old Games, plus PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. Again, this must have been just announced after I stopped looking, because I definitely did not see this. And they're calling it a single-player futuristic adventure game. We really don't get a lot of games that just call themselves adventure games. The roguelite survivor game Pathfinder Gallows Spire Survivors has been announced for PC. Yeah, if I was ever going to actually pull the trigger and try and get into Pathfinder tabletop gaming, almost certainly it would make sense as a PC gamer, video gamer, to play one of the Pathfinder spin-off video games first and see if I like it. I assume Pathfinder is what I'm actually talking about, and I'm not confusing the name of Pathfinder with some other Dungeons and Dragons tabletop competitor. A 2 versus 2 fighting game called Diesel Legacy The Brazen Age has been announced for consoles and PC. Again, I would have recognized someone with this big of hair. Weird looking characters in general. It is definitely a question I need to ask myself, is what can I do to reinvigorate myself or energize myself to pay attention more to these announcements? Or should I just abandon it completely and try a different approach? Because it's definitely not working as far as just watching the trailers. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case for a lot of people, not just some YouTuber who wants to make news and footage around it, but people who are just genuinely interested in new game announcements. They're almost certainly getting overwhelmed by all these presentations, and so there's a very small audience that's actually being reached by these announcements. If I had infinite resources, obviously I would just have multiple people covering multiple events and doing, I guess, maybe a short list of everything that was shown, and then maybe a shorter list of even that to discuss. Of course, that would be curation or soft censorship, perhaps, whatever you want to call it. And so that's not really what I would want to do. But that's about the only way I can figure to do all these presentations, is tell one person to watch one presentation while I watch the other, and then take a break before I watch the next one, and stagger two people's efforts so we can take breaks in between. An extreme sports delivery em-up called Parcel Corps has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Although, in all fairness, if I could hire somebody to cover these big presentations, I'd get a lot more value out of hiring somebody to be my second presenter during these live streams, so I could throw over to a second presenter, like your local news has two people behind the table to bounce stories between. And that's really just presenting for an hour at most. This looks very interesting. This Parcel Corps. In a lot of ways, it feels like this is probably a Crazy Taxi / BMX game. I guess it's gonna somewhat come down to whether you do tricks in this, or if it isn't just going to be full racing. Either way, it looks fairly interesting. They're making bicycle riding at least somewhat interesting looking with these visuals. It definitely has that feel of, let's make something that looks a little bit like Borderlands, or at least in a different style like Borderlands, and let's see if that different art style spices up what otherwise would be a fairly boring experience visually of riding bicycles and delivering parcels. 30XX launches August 9th. Currently it's in early access for PC, according to Gamatsu. That puts me in a weird position with that one. And then Green Hill Studio announces a sci-fi co-op first-person shooter called Chimera for PC. I'm going to be in a weird position in general as far as trying to move tabs to the left or right of a marking tab as a divider to decide which ones need special YouTube shorts and which ones don't. This Chimera game does not show me much of anything, so all I can really do is put it on the follow list, and then at a certain point I'm just questioning why I'm putting so many things on the follow list in general. Shadow Gambit: The Cursed Crew launches August 17th. PC demo available from June 19th to the 26th. Let's see if we can get a general idea of what this is. This looks like it's very possibly a tactical RPG XCOM-like game set in a Pirates style game. Yeah, the legacy of potentially so many pirate games wanting to be made seems to have been that for the past 5 years plus we have a lot of occasional pirate games popping up, which in the long run maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we will finally be at a point where pirate games are just considered an acceptable genre of the types of games to make, whereas we have so many times in the past focused around superhero stories in games, or sci-fi stories or fantasy stories. If pirate just becomes as valid of a style of game to make as sci-fi or fantasy, that could be a great legacy to eventually create. Pirate stories definitely were a big thing decades and decades ago. They just have fallen out of favor. Then the next step would be to ask if we could do the same thing with like Western stories, and that would be a tall order. And then of course we have like cyberpunk and steampunk, and I'd say those are all probably just subgenres, much more niche than a generic pirate genre could be. Moving on. Baldur's Gate 3, City of Baldur's Gate reveal trailer and screenshots are available to look at on Kimetsu. Not really seeing much in those 3 screenshots though. So that really doesn't feel like that was big enough for an announcement. Guess there is a city reveal trailer here that's like 3 minutes long, but a lot of it is just people talking to the screen. Baldur's Gate may also be a video game series that's based off a tabletop RPG series. Moving on. World War I real-time strategy game The Last Train Home has been announced for PC. On Steam. It's an interesting thought. It's an RTS game, but a different kind of RTS game if your base and your house is on the train, which it seems like it might be. A game called Breathedge 2 has been announced for PC. This is a sequel to the retro futuristic space survival game, I assume called Breathedge 1. Let's see if we can get a general idea what that looks like. Okay, that looks interesting enough. The thing to ask here is Breathedge 1. That is very positive. It is single player only. So it's just another game I missed from 2021. That being said, Breathedge 1, looking at these screenshots, I don't know if I'm seeing anything too different on the screenshots of Breathedge 2. It all seems visually a little too similar. A turn-based RPG called Bloomtown, A Different Story, has been announced for consoles and PC. Consoles meaning all the consoles. I need to change that so it actually says all consoles. Something's not right in 1960s Americana. I probably should say major consoles too. This definitely feels like an 8 or 16-bit RPG game, but it doesn't really quite have that RPG Maker look to it. Perhaps it's just because it's widescreen and zoomed in a little bit more. That does catch my attention a little bit more. And then a sand open world PvP VE survival game announced for PC. And this is a interesting group of cowboy characters. Yeah, there's definitely a big separation here in that almost everything that's been announced over the past couple of days during the Game Fest is just to be announced on Steam, particularly from these tiny build announcements. This does look like it might be fairly interesting. That being said, it's online only, so I'll be interested in seeing how that goes. Although, should I put it on the fall list in that case, if it's online only. Final Fantasy 16 demo launches June 12th. I don't really feel like Square Enix has done anything for the Summer Game Fest, and this announcement is for the PS5, since it is a PS5 exclusive. So we finally, I think, have gotten to older news that is not directly from the Game Fest. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R DLC character Alternate World Diego launches June 16th, and a Season Pass 2 has been announced. Which, yeah, I feel like that's weird timing on that announcement. It says Dio on his hat, so I guess Diego is Dio. I've heard of Dio. I haven't heard of a Diego, but then I also don't know basically anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Alright, and then that gets us to GameDeveloper.com articles. Let's see. So we have GameDeveloper.com saying Microsoft reaffirms its first-party ambitions with an impressive Xbox game showcase, Starfield, Fable, and so much more. I think this is probably a Fable screenshot. Official announced trailer. Here is. It's like first. This trailer here is just like a combination of all the other games. Like there was this weird game that I don't even know the name of that we haven't. We didn't even have an article over talking about. Like. There is, yeah, that game there. There is a weirdness there in that we've missed an entire game that had a teaser trailer to the point where I don't even know the name of it, and it didn't get covered somehow by either Video Games Chronicle or Komatsu. We didn't talk about this Star Wars game either that they announced. That's another one we somehow missed. And the bigger story certainly here is that they've they weirdly are pushing the idea of it's best on Xbox Game Pass and online, while they're fighting with the UK, saying online's not that big of a deal, and trying to get a merger going, while making the argument that they aren't going to have everything being exclusive. We also didn't talk about Payday 3 being shown. I don't even remember that one, 33 Immortals. Dungeons of, yeah, that one, South of the Mississippi, or South of Midnight, I think is the name of it. Yeah, I think it's called South of Midnight. There was an Armored Core announcement. I didn't even know that one. We didn't talk about that one either. Wow, there's so many games here that we just have not covered. So I guess I just have to apologize at this point. I've failed miserably in covering the news in a satisfactory manner, in a complete manner. I've missed several games from the Xbox Showcase alone. There clearly was some curation between both Komatsu and Video Games Chronicle, and enough curation that several games did not get covered by either one. And we know GameDeveloper.com is not going to cover them. So maybe we'll get some news stories later on some of those stories. But right now I've failed in my main goal to be complete. Yeah, and then yeah, GameDeveloper.com obviously doesn't want the Microsoft Activision Blizzard to go through, but they definitely do point out a fact here that this presentation definitely was designed to give you the feeling that all of the games presented at the Microsoft Showcase were going to be Microsoft and Windows Store exclusive, and that Microsoft is going to lean heavily into trying to having exclusive games, even though in reality they probably are going to have very few exclusive games. Yeah, but whatever. In the end, I think the vast majority of everything Microsoft showed was going to be also on Steam, and Microsoft can't be held too liable for what was launched or shown at the other presentations outside of the Microsoft show. And overall, like I said, I think Microsoft's stage presence and presentation did a little bit better of a job than the Summer Game Fest did, Jeff Keighley's presentation. And weirdly, that's the only GameDeveloper.com article we have today. And weirdly, I don't have any fall list open at all. Those macros, I think I disabled them, didn't I? Disabled them last time. Okay. So, oh, this is going to make things actually fairly convenient. So what I'm going to do is open a new window, turn off the plugin, come over to my macro, blur my macro just in case somebody tries to copy my code. Not that it's really, I guess technically it might be considered proprietary code, but in reality I just don't want to give up the advantage of having written the code myself to somebody who would just copy and paste it. Okay. Uncomment that. No, comment that. That's not what we need to uncomment. Uncomment that. And uncomment that. What is going on there? Okay, that's not what happened at all, is it? It's not that I commented out. No, I don't think it's that I commented out the code. The macro just stopped running. Okay. I don't know really why. Let's see if we can go back and check the log. XPath div 3. Let's clear the log. And let's see if we can just run it again. Okay. So we'll just run my macro again from the beginning. And that means I'll open up probably a little bit of new news from everything. We'll just start over from the beginning. Skull and Bones getting closed beta. All this news does look like new news anyways. Prince of Persia Lost Crown gameplay revealed at the Ubisoft Forward. So the Ubisoft Forward apparently has happened. Starfield has the fewest bugs of any Bethesda game, Xbox has claimed. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a joke in that Starfield as a game has no insect-like creatures, and every other Bethesda game has an insect-like creature in it. There are rad roaches in Fallout, certainly. Lots of rad roaches. And then let's see. Would there be insects in the Elder Scrolls series? I don't know. Skyrim? Does Skyrim have insects in it? No, I don't think Skyrim does have any kind of insect-like creature, weirdly enough. So, I don't think you can make that joke. There are mechanical little spider-like things, which I guess technically might be considered a bug. Then I'd have to think about, are there any other Bethesda games? Because obviously any Fallout game is going to have a rad roach in it. And yeah. I guess I have to leave it at that. So I started early, and maybe it's going to benefit me a little bit. Remember, I also was running into problems with Video Games Chronicles' second page of their news having only 14 elements instead of it having 15 elements like it should. And now it looks like my macro is just jumping around all over the place. This is having to actually run fairly slowly because of anti-bots, anti-robot code from the cloud host that they have. So I had to slow down the macro. Ideally, this would just be very fast, all these actions. And yeah, each one of these news stories that we've seen so far is a new news story from Video Games Chronicle. Which maybe that would explain why I missed some news stories also. Now, Komatsu articles, probably not that many. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 5 to 8 new articles from Komatsu. So we didn't get any Video Games Chronicle news, generally speaking. I could have sworn we did go through Video Games Chronicle news the first time, but there's no way. That part of the code was paused, commented out. So I clearly have just dreamed up that I did something when I didn't. Yeah. That JoJo's Bizarre Adventure will be the last one that it should launch. Yeah. And for GameDeveloper.com articles, that should put us in a very good position, assuming it actually loads. Looks like they've got several new stories, but that is done. Now the fall list cleanup. So at this point, I think it's probably prudent to blur the video. And why am I blurring the video? Because its flawless cleanup does bring up an adult game. It'll bring it up in a quick flash. And that'll be a problem. So it took it a long while to load up my fall list on Steam, which maybe is an indication that my fall list is getting very long. I actually went into my settings and adjusted some of the ways things would be displayed, what should be displayed and what shouldn't. But really wasn't doing much for me. Maybe I actively, intentionally turned off the whitelist for my computer to see if adult games on Steam would get censored by AdGuard Home. Maybe I was doing an experiment there. If that was the case, I don't remember doing that at all. And I don't think that would have been working, because we definitely have been looking at and talking about adult games on Steam Friday. So that was the fall list cleanup we just opened up, which is just a small selection of new games. And now we have the full list of new games, which should be opening new tabs at this point. And yet it's taking its time. So I don't know if there was a delay that was added at some point, or if the page isn't loading. It should be working. Should be doing something. But it doesn't seem like it is. Well, I may have to just manually work with that. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah. Something about it didn't work. Let's try it again. We'll just run it from there. In changing my settings, but I have changed the URL. That's what this is looking for. Let me close the page and try it again that way. Oh man, such a drag. Okay, seems like that was what was necessary to do. Just needed to close the tab and reset it, which arguably I should program my code to be more resilient to catch that error, close the tab if necessary, open a new tab, open a new page. Although Selenium UI Vision, which is what this macro is using, I think is just a little too fragile in the first place. So if the code to run it that you actually want to run fails, there's not any guarantee that the code to catch an error would not also fail. So it's very possibly not worth your time. I guess if we did find that the AdGuard Home was blocking adult games on Steam this time, and I guess I must have done something. I know I have been messing with my router just a little bit in the QoS settings, but really there's only 2 or 3 settings I can even change, so I'm just flipping between 2 or 3 settings to see which is the best possible setup, and I think I've found that, and that really shouldn't have affected the AdGuard Home DNS server filtering and ad blocking, and not just ad blocking, but spyware blocking and adult content blocking by default. So far, though, as this is going through it, yeah, here's an adult game, Cybersex Chronicles 18 plus, and then Isekai Slave is almost certainly an adult game too. This is going back to the 10th of June. I'm not sure I don't think we've looked at any of these games though. Kuniichi Demon Slayers was probably an adult game too. Also. Are we done? Nope, just taking a break because the tab isn't loading. It waits for the other tab that it's opening, the new tabs that's opening every time it clicks on one of these. And it only opens the new tabs because of a different plugin being installed. Otherwise my macro would fail miserably and I would just be clicking on every single link. And then I'd have to click back, and well, you know, actually there might be a different way to do that, so I would have one less extension installed and plugin installed. Right. So that is now done. Macro is now done. Right. Some of these other games down here from the 9th, I probably did look at them, but honestly I could not tell you. Let's see if I just continue to scroll down here. This Once Upon a Time, that seems somewhat familiar. And let's see, when's the first non-adult game that I recognize? This Grey Hill Incident I recognize. Block Your Tower Defense I think I recognize. Let's see. Definitely feels like there's some other adult games here I also don't recognize. And those are the ones I think I would have remembered. A game called Kidnapped. Would have thought I might have remembered that. Pro Cycle Manager 2023. I think I remember that. Anyways, so I don't know if there's really a point to any of that, but I didn't need to. I clicked on the wrong thing there. It didn't need to really adjust for that anyways. So we're starting all over again, but we're going to burn through it very quickly at the 3-hour mark. Obviously we don't need to talk about the podcast from VGC. Let's see. Xbox says it's turning the corner when it comes to regular game releases. When we get into 2024, it really kicks into gear, according to Xbox Game Studio boss Matt Booty, which maybe they are moving towards making him the new person in charge, and Major Nelson, Larry Herb, finally retiring. Oh, I gotta look up that too, don't I? There was this other 50. No, it's not. It's not 50th anniversary. Couldn't possibly be that old. Let's see. There's this anime series called Serial Experiments Lane, which was a pretty crazy cyberpunk um, thing. Let's get to the anime here, not the PlayStation 1 game from 1998. Serial Experiments Lane. Japanese anime TV series. Pretty crazy. Fairly groundbreaking. 1998 series. So, 1998 would put you at the 25-year mark anniversary. It's definitely one to watch, but probably not one of the first animes you should watch. And my point here is that they announced a new game. There you go. And because Serial Experiments Lane is such a niche game, niche anime that has been pretty much forgotten as far as anime, it definitely isn't going to feel like an anime in the modern times. It'll look like one, but it definitely is more of a cyberpunk feel. Very, very much techno horror, I guess is what it might call it. Very much psychological. So they have this 25th anniversary thing. I don't think you could remake Serial Experiments Lane as a TV series or anything. You could remaster it and re-release it. Maybe put it on TV a second game. Currently, you can find the game's prologue as anime fans were led to a layer 3301 decipher at the start of June. Seems a mysterious alternate reality game was made for fans who wanted to explore the Wired more. The Wired being kind of like the internet equivalent. This definitely was an anime that was speculating on what the internet could be in the future and got absolutely everything wrong, but in an amazingly creative and ingenious way. Let's see what this link tells you. So yeah, this is something new, this spinning coin, as far as everything going on here. The general idea of Serial Experiments Lane is that you have this girl that starts off as a very normal teenage, even preteen girl who gets into computers and then really gets into computers, and just every time you see her in her bedroom, it goes from a tiny little computer that you might have at that time, even it being weird even that it would be in the bedroom and not a family room, and then it just grows into giant supercomputer stuff that would be in a in a server room. Yeah. And man, I wish I could play the audio for Serial Experiments Lane too. I'm making a big deal about it, certainly because Serial Experiments Lane is one of my favorite animes, if not my #1 favorite anime. And I made the huge mistake, certainly, of watching it too early, which hurt my experience of pretty much every other techno cyberpunk type anime that was not as intense as Lane was. Lane is probably, for its time, one of the most intense animes, and so everything else comes off a little less intense and a little boring because of it. But yeah, I would recommend checking it out if you can, if you're a big anime fan. The 25th anniversary does seem like it is just an alternate reality AR game. I doubt it's going to come to anything more. That's probably why Video Game Chronicles and Komatsu haven't talked about it. Let's move forward. Man, I'm losing momentum here. The Xbox Series X Pro is not currently needed, says Phil Spencer. Right now, we're pretty set on the hardware we have. That being said, they did just announce a 1TB version of the Xbox Series X that is selling for $350. Then, when it comes out September 1st, $50 more than the 512 gigabyte model, which is probably a pretty big ripoff. But it's probably very much in line with the expansion cards too. And you're getting somewhat tested and somewhat qualified speeds for 50 gigabytes, 512 gigabytes of more RAM or NVMe memory for $50. But yeah, you could definitely get 2 or 3 terabytes for 50 gigabytes, $50 more. It's not a huge ripoff, but it's probably a little bit of a ripoff, particularly since you know they're getting this hardware in bulk. They're not giving you the bulk discount for sure. Let's see, Redfall has received its first major patch, adding over 80 fixes. Good for it. Kind of the worst time to announce you put out a patch though, when nobody's going to even hear about it because of all the other announcements. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora's release date has been confirmed. December 7th. Starfield has the fewest bugs of any Bethesda game, Xbox has claimed. We have an awful lot of people internally playing Starfield. That might be the one thing Microsoft can offer, is just a lot of people on other teams bug testing and checking Starfield, fixing that major problem with Bethesda. Of course, it doesn't fix the other problem with Bethesda in that they take forever to make games. Let's see. Ubisoft's free-to-play first-person shooter X Defiant will launch this summer. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown gameplay revealed at a Ubisoft Forward, which I feel like we had probably already seen some gameplay in the trailer. So I don't know if you're seeing too much more. Alright, well, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break. Sorry. So I'm going to pause my recording and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So yeah, in between that short break, which maybe I'll need to take another one in a second and before the end of the stream, I did look up. There's a slickdeals.net sale right now for a Samsung 980 Pro PCIe 4.0 NVMe M2 internal solid state drive for $130. So 2 terabytes divided by 4 would get you 512 terabytes. 130 divided by 4 would get you $42 as far as the expense to buy that Samsung 980 Pro, which the 980 Pro is probably one of the best, if not the absolute best, NVMe's available. It's probably in the top 5 otherwise. PCIe Express or PCI Express 4.0 is the highest interface that's a standard. So if it's $42 for an end consumer to get a good deal on a Samsung, or the equivalent of 512 gigabytes, then you know that it's probably about half that for Xbox and Microsoft to get that same amount of RAM added. So yeah, just go ahead and assume that if I was to pick a random number, 21 plus another $8, somewhere around $29 of profit is coming out of buying the bigger Xbox. But clearly the $50 is a separator number and has no real connection to any actual expense. Yeah. So we'll leave it at that. I feel like there was something else I thought of, but I don't know. So yeah, do I particularly at the moment care about seeing gameplay footage? I mean, this really just looks like the exact same gameplay footage that was shown in the trailer before, maybe a little bit more. You can see that there's some dashes and air dashes, which isn't going to make the game feel anything more like a Prince of Persia game. It looks like there's just a massive amount of fantasy, a lot of hack and slashing and boss fights and battles. In a lot of ways, I think this is probably just a game that would have been better if it had been named something besides Prince of Persia. Like, clearly even in the original trailer, they're going for a very different direction with a new character and rap music in the background. What I find really interesting, there's a giant charged attacks too, which that's not Prince of Persia like. I find it a little sad in the fact that you don't have, or they didn't have any attempt to look up any kind of Persian music. Because even if you didn't have a lot of Persian music in the trailer, he also apparently has a flash step that lets him go through solid matter and attacks. That's not Prince of Persia like. If anything, I half wonder if this was supposed to be some kind of Assassin's Creed game and they just reskinned it as Prince of Persia. Yeah, even if you didn't have like a lot of Persian music in the actual game, you potentially would have had an opportunity to have some Persian music play in a trailer and go, oh, this is authentic Persian music for Prince of Persia. We're going with an homage there, or at least a tribute. Yeah, it just seems like a weird way to announce a game nobody really was even looking forward to. You've created potentially anti-hype around a game that people didn't even know existed. This would have been a great game to say, and it's available now. It's out, it's ready to go, surprise. Let's see. Crew Motorfest gets a September release date according to Video Games Chronicles. Skull and Bones is getting a closed beta this summer. Roller Champions is getting a Jet Set Radio crossover. The event will begin June 27th. I What is Roller Champions, though? Let's see. You have some Jet Set Radio characters, and they're rolling around in a skate park type field that looks a little bit like a Splatoon map. And I guess you throw some kind of ball and a goal in the middle. Why is it so weird though that there was like no element of Roller Champions being shown there? Are there no characters from Roller Champions? Yeah, I guess we'll just have to leave it at that. Let's just move on. Ubisoft has provided an extended look at Assassin's Creed Mirage's gameplay. Again, we have the restrictions still going on. Assassin's Creed Nexus VR lets you play as 3 legendary assassins. One being, I guess this is probably Ezio. This being the female version from Odyssey. And this being who? Who was the guy that would have had a bow and arrow? I don't even know. Is this trailer for this VR game gonna show anything? Connor? They're really having you play as Connor. Oh, I guess Connor would have been the one with the bow. And I guess it kind of makes sense too. If you're playing a VR game, you probably do want more ranged attack. And this is a prime example of the problem of VR in that they are really pretending like you're seeing in-game footage, but then they're jumping away from the in-game footage to show other kinds of footage. Because they don't want to show the ridiculous hand waving you potentially are going to do in VR. Yeah, ranged attacks I guess would play a big role, and he would have had guns, and then these two would have had bows and arrows. Okay. Assassin's Creed Codename Jade has a closed beta sign-up that's now live. The game will be a first open-world Assassin's Creed title on mobile. Do we have any real footage of this? Yeah. And with the whole Summer Game Fest, I might as well just assume something's going to get content ID'd. I'm going to watch so many trailers. I wouldn't be surprised if Ubisoft is the one, too, that would content ID claim something. Ubisoft shows off 10 minutes of Star Wars Outlaws gameplay. Which, yeah, we didn't even talk about Star Wars Outlaws. What I find weird about this Star Wars Outlaws game is that it just kind of feels like it is supposed to be connected to some other Star Wars games that already existed, but I don't think it really is. And so we're ramping back up to the feeling of there just being too many Star Wars games, despite the fact that there are a lot of Star Wars games that have just been canceled in the past 3 or 4 years too. But yeah, it just feels awkward. Obsidian's RPG Avowed is coming in 2024. I guess the question I really should check is, what is Obsidian made otherwise? Let's see. Obsidian's RPG. Let's go ahead and blur that. See if we can potentially get somewhere with that. Or would it be easier to get somewhere with this? How are we going to get this to work? We need to find one website that I haven't either blocked the links to, so we can click on Obsidian particularly. I guess I'll leave it at this. According to PC Gamer, Avowed is set in the same world as Pillars of Eternity. So we know Obsidian has made Pillars of Eternity. I guess that's pretty much all I can investigate at the moment. I'm taking way too much time otherwise. Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 will release in 2024. I kind of wish Ninja Theory was doing something else. Maybe with the release of Hellblade 2, then they'll have time to release something else. Although, maybe they just will immediately move into Hellblade 3. I hope, for Hellblade 2's sake, even though I probably will never play it, that there's just more of a game there. But the trailer they're showing isn't really promising a lot of gameplay. Forza's Motorsports release date has been confirmed. Oh yeah, I also wanted to ask if anybody's in the comments or chat, how annoying is the repeated music? Now, I don't even hear it, really. It just is all background noise, whereas I find it incredibly off-putting to have absolute silence, particularly when I just go silent, like that. To have nothing and just dead air, I find that very off-putting, and I think that's common for most. That being said, having Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel's music just go in a loop over and over again almost certainly gets on somebody's nerves. I need to figure a better solution to as far as background music. It also occurred to me that it might be funny and possibly appropriate to put up some kind of visual or video talking about IBS every time I have to go to the bathroom, which I assume I have that. Although maybe I don't have a severe enough case to really claim it. Although in all fairness, in this stream, I did manage to go 3 hours. That's good enough. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says the next Microsoft Flight Simulator will focus on career aviation. New modes include search and rescue, helicopter cargo transport, and skydive aviation, which is interesting, but a weird phrase to use, because I would think that Flight Simulator up until this point has been at least 50% career aviation too, being a professional pilot, versus I guess people just flying their own planes for fun. Let's see. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has been revealed ahead of time for 2024. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty gets a September release date. September 26th. Try to get some actual actionable information. City Skylines is coming out October 24th. City Skylines 2. Xbox is releasing the Black Series S with a 1 terabyte of storage. Which I didn't realize this was the Series S. So they're raising the price $50 to give you 512 more gigabytes of space, since the original white version had 512 gigabytes. And it's still the Series S. Well, it's probably no surprise then that there's no feeling that they need to make a Series X Pro, which would probably not be called that, in the sense that it seems to make sense to Xbox that more people would be interested in just a little bit more space while still staying in that 1080p realm of lowered graphics and not going for the full processing power or the disk drive. Although they also are probably pushing a always 100% digital experience. Noticeably, no announcement for any kind of like DVD drive attachment for the Series S, which we probably would never get. And yeah, I definitely did not see the Xbox symbol at all. I saw this symbol, the Xbox Live symbol, used during the Microsoft conference, but XBOX was not written on any of the interstitial animations on the back of the presentation on the back wall or anything like that. I don't know if you really need 512 extra gigabytes of space for the Series S. Just uninstall something or plug in an external hard drive and back up your games to that. I imagine eventually they will just scale out the white version completely of the console, of the Series S, and the 512 gigabyte. I imagine that saves them in production somehow by only ordering 1 terabyte sticks going forward. RAM in particular is kind of consistent in that way, in which it gets fairly quickly more expensive to stay at smaller amounts of RAM than it does to just jump up to more RAM. Let's see. Sea of Thieves is getting a 3-part Monkey Island expansion which can be played solo. The free DLC will be playable alone or with a crew. Yeah. Important to point out here, Sea of Thieves already out and playable, and it's getting the Monkey Island expansion. Skull and Bones, not out yet, getting a beta. Potentially one of these is made by Microsoft and the other is not. I guess Sea of Thieves is made by Microsoft, if I was to guess. Xbox revealed Clockwork Revolution, a steampunk first-person RPG from inXile. inXile is, I think, a fairly old company. Let's see if we can figure out what else they've made recently. Xbox's inXile will be released as a team-based VR shooter. That was 2 years ago. A game called inXile. Wasteland 3. inXile was founded in 2000 by Interplay co-founder Brian Fargo and acquired by Microsoft in 2018. The experienced PC and RPG developer is known for games such as Wasteland 2, Torment, Tides of Numeria, and The Bard's Tale 4. So yeah, I should recognize the name, but no surprise I don't really recognize it by those games. Starfield Constellation Explorer's watch has been officially confirmed. Seems like it's probably some kind of gimmick smartwatch. Probably not worth owning. Probably really, really expensive for what it is. This is more than likely just a watch that is programmable, which there's a couple of those with a special programmable faceplate to it. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty totally rebuilds the AI, skill trees, loot, and more. CD Projekt is trying to bring some of these overhauls to the base game too. So, arguably, this has been called a soft reboot attempt, which you can't really blame them for trying to soft reboot Cyberpunk 2077. Let's see. The Starfield Direct showed off almost half an hour of gameplay. The Xbox Showcase Extended will feature games not shown during the main showcase. Tuesday's show will have extended looks at Avowed, Towerborn, and Hellblade 2. But yeah, Microsoft in particular seems like they have a real sandwich strategy of having an announcement right after having the presentation right after the Summer Game Fest, and then having another presentation near the end of all the other presentations. Which, yeah, Xbox and Microsoft are just going to have that kind of money and influence. So if I was a smaller presenter or publisher, I would get out of the way and announce my games far from the Summer Game Fest times, a week ahead or a week behind, either way. Yeah, and here's basically what I was saying before is I saw this logo a lot, but I definitely didn't see Xbox shown that much. Although, in all fairness, the thumbnail here does say Xbox Games Showcase, but I could see them changing it at some point to Microsoft Showcase. And it still seems like some people are still using Twitter and still using Twitch and still using Facebook and YouTube. I also have an Xbox logo here, Bethesda logo here. At a certain point, I can't blame people still using Twitter. Like, there really hasn't been a replacement yet, even though Twitter is falling apart. By the way, Reddit is also blacked out today, and Reddit's falling apart. Noticeably, all the RSS feeds I have from different subreddits, because they made the subreddits private, are not working. So my podcast software that downloads podcasts from RSS feeds and just loads RSS feeds in general has more, over 50% of the feeds are not working. Which, okay, hopefully that doesn't make a permanent problem, but yeah, Reddit may be dead completely. Although, once again, you gotta find a replacement site. And I don't know what that would be. Here we have Persona 3 Reload will feature an entirely new voice cast. We pretty much already talked about that. Yeah, changing the API changes on Reddit. People are very unhappy about that. And I can see why people would be unhappy, but I also can see Reddit's point. But it doesn't matter if you're right or you're making right business sense. If people are unhappy, people are unhappy. That's the core of the idea of the customer is always right. But actually, there's a better phrase that honestly I don't think was said when I was a kid, but it seems like something that's promoted more to kids in kindergarten these days. is that if you hurt somebody's feeling, you're in the wrong. Or there's a phrase something like that I heard once. And it's a real good rule to live by. As a company, as an individual, regardless, like if you're hurting people's feelings, you're in the wrong. Of course, there are people who are going to abuse that and be offended or be triggered by everything, and yeah, that's a problem certainly. But you should at least look inside if reevaluate your actions. Certainly, if people are getting upset. Let's see. Payday 3's release date has been confirmed. Sequel is coming September 21st. Alright, and that's the last of the video game Chronicle news that we'll cover today, hopefully. And then, let's see, a game called Everhood 2 has been announced for Switch and PC. Okay. That looks like fairly weird. Rhythm type game. It's not really catching my attention, so I'm not going to do anything more with it. A game called Gourd launches August 18th. Let's see what it looks like on Steam. Is this interesting enough to get a YouTube short? Why am I even stretching to make more YouTube shorts when I'm going to have a ton of them anyways? Avatar Frontiers of Pandora launches December 7th. Coming to Luna. I didn't even know Luna was still around. I guess I'm confusing that with Lua. Oh yeah, Debian 12 was also announced. So there's a new version of Debian 12. If you have a relatively modern computer CPU, looks like you can install it fairly well. Install the 64-bit version pretty much. You can install a 386 version. I don't see a reason why you would do that. It also doesn't seem like the secure boot setup is set up in a way by default to look for any other installs of operating systems. So the process of setting up a dual boot between Linux, Debian 12, and the Windows or some other Linux sounds like it might be a little bit more complicated. Otherwise, it does seem like it's just major breaking changes of versions and kernels and taking a step forward towards more modern versions of software while still being like Debian, that's fairly stable and well tested. So you're taking a step forward, but you're not installing the newest and fastest releases of software. This is a very weird animation here. Looks like they took one very specific frame of the flash step animation to show that. Yeah, Skull of Bones closed beta set for August 25th to 28th. So who makes Skull and Bones? I guess Ubisoft does. If anything, I think Ubisoft should give up on Skull and Bones, and well, I don't know what else they really can do. They either double down on what they're doing, or they just give up the ghost and shut down the company completely. I will say Skull and Bones does definitely feel like a more realistic take on a pirate game versus the other pirate game that Microsoft has, which is more of a silly take. And Ubisoft does have that whole Assassin's Creed Black Flag history, that I'm sure is pushing Skull and Bones development to continue also. Crew Motorfest launches September 14th on the Epic Game Store. The Assassin's Creed Mirage story trailer and gameplay walkthrough, which I don't really feel like you really need too much of a gameplay walkthrough when it's already been pretty much shown to be a soft remake of the first game in the same time zone and timeline, and in a lot of ways I wouldn't be surprised if it's nearly a one-for-one storyline remake of the first game. Okay. And then Gamatsu also has the Star Wars Outlaws gameplay walkthrough and screenshots. Now, arguably, having a female protagonist in the Star Wars games is the right move to make, although it is a dangerous move to make. Gets away from a Han Solo feeling or looking character, although she does kind of feel like Han Solo. But I would say her jacket and outfit feels a little generic and not so much sci-fi enough for the Star Wars universe. Like, if you took the aliens out of this scene and you were just looking at her, I would just assume she's a stealth character. You could have told me she was from like Beyond Good and Evil 2 or something like that. She's sending her little alien out to set off some kind of trap. So yeah, this weirdly seems like this is potentially a stealth game in parts, and then we have a speeder chase, which is an interesting idea, but I don't know how many times you would want to do a speeder chase. And you've got some cutscenes. And then you're in space shooting things. So we've seen 3 different gameplay mechanics in this game. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point you're just walking and punching people or shooting people with a blaster. Yeah, we see some blasting and knocking people down. So yeah, it does definitely feel like there's probably at minimum 4 different gameplay mechanics in Star Wars Outlaws. And why in Outlaws with an S? Are you considering the alien the other outlaw, or are we going to have other characters introduced later? I don't know. We'd already covered this news. The UK Tribunal is going to allow Activision Blizzard to support Microsoft's CMA appeal. So that's rather just procedural to say yes, Activision Blizzard can work with Microsoft towards appealing a merger rejection. Which it would be fairly unfair if you have 2 parties trying to get merged together, or Activision Blizzard trying to get acquired, really. If you held back one of the sides, you'd be tying one hand behind Microsoft's back. Of course, it's the governments, and governments can do whatever they want. They don't have to play fair. They shouldn't play fair, really. Bob Rice, the Journey Escape executive producer, has passed away at age 79. This looks like a very blurry image here. Arguably, maybe this is a case where this is a real window and there was too much sunlight. Infrared interference can mess up cameras pretty badly. Usually it messes up the colors more than anything, and very often people don't catch it and don't have infrared gels or filters. Or it could just be this guy was old and he was trying to blur out his features, or put some kind of weird effect to blur out the background. It's not even like a widescreen image. 79's a pretty old name. Old age. Of course, nobody wants to die. Apparently, during his lifetime, Rice represented Western game composers such as Starfield's Enon Zur and Deathloop's Tom Salta. So he's an executive producer slash maybe a bit of an agent. Which, okay. I guess we're better off having more obituaries than less, but it is somewhat questionable whether this guy was really deep enough in the video game world. Let's see. He first entered the industry by executive producing Data Age's 1982 game Journey Escape for the Atari 2600. Okay. It is considered one, if not the very first, rock video games, and has digital likenesses of the rock band Journey's members. Okay, I guess that's relevant enough. We'll leave it at that. And we had already talked about this article. Microsoft's first-party titles are pulling in over 150 million monthly active users, according to GameDeveloper.com. I also saw a suggestion, and this may have been a misinterpretation, that Capcom thinks by the time it's 2025 that 94% or something of their revenue is going to be coming from digital sources, and just physical is dead. I think that's severely ambitious, and I probably got all the numbers wrong there in what I just said. But yeah, I guess the general thought is to keep an eye out for Capcom and see if they're going to try to go digital only. A game called Play Digits launches an indie publishing arm called Play Digits Originals. I don't know this company, Play Digits. Notably too, with this whole Summer Game Fest, perhaps it would make more sense to have only one big presentation in the West and then have several big presentations around the world too. Like, bring in Gamescom, bring in like France, the UK, have presentations in each of those countries for different companies. Particularly now that we're not doing the E3 thing and having people really fly to Las Vegas to make these kinds of presentations. Apparently Soul Calibur 5 will go offline and be delisted next week. The delisting of Soul Calibur 5 means Bandai Namco's long-lasting franchise is almost completely unplayable on modern systems. Interesting. That's crazy. And I guess some of it may have to do with licenses for things like Ezio or in Assassin's Creed, but even at that, you wouldn't take the whole game down just for that. Let's see. On June 19th, the fighting game will be sunset on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. So, notably, the game will also be removed for sale on the same day. Even its single player and local multiplayer elements will be unplayable for those who don't already own the game. In a lot of ways, I guess this also works very well for me, because I can just say, alright, Soul Calibur is not the game worth playing. And honestly, Soul Calibur wouldn't have been my first choice as far as which games to play, although Soul Calibur is somewhat interesting as a series. it's not the breakout hit amongst fighting games. And then there is a report that the FTC is going to file an injunction to block the Microsoft Activision merger. I feel like GameDeveloper.com has put out this report at least 2 or 3 times. We'll see it when it happens. It definitely could happen, but we shall see, and it may not really matter too much. It's all probably just going to be some legalese, which Microsoft will easily handle. And then Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is Ubisoft's first $70, possibly digitally only game. I know the newest Avatar movie sold pretty well, but I don't know if it really sold well enough to justify having a video game in the first place. Do we really need movie tie-in video games at all? Alright, let's do the Steam follow list cleanup real quickly. Probably could have just skipped this anyways. Grandma's Footsteps. I'll say no to this because it's just not relevant. Grandma's Badass, a crazy point and click adventure game. 100% positive for 12 user reviews. I think at some point I am going to probably have to start going through the point and click adventure games and just reconsidering a lot. The question, I guess, as far as if something is tagged as a point and click adventure game, then I guess you'd go with like top rated, and then Papers, Please, The Walking Dead, Henry Stickmin Collection are these really point and click adventure games. I'd say The Secret of Monkey Island Special Edition is probably the first actually point and click adventure game here. And then there's a lot of Telltale games that technically have point and click in them, but I'd call them more Telltale games. So I just have to go through this whole list. A lot of these I own and haven't played. I didn't realize I had so many of the Rusty Lake series. We could focus on that. A lot of these I own and I haven't played. Fate of Atlantis, Return to Monkey Island. And at a certain point I have played so many of these that I'm gonna run out of arguments to try and buy more and play more. Point and click being one of my favorite genres. Okay, yeah. This is a search to do at a different time when I have a lot more time. You could also search by like top sellers, and then you have other games once again that are not really point and click adventure games. Once Upon a Time being a top seller, which I don't know what overall makes something a top seller. Is it overall sales, or is it sales in the past week or two? So yeah, there's another adult game. Whoops. So yeah, I'd have to search top rated, top sellers, and just scroll through a long list here. Figure out. There was one I wanted to look at. John, yeah, I thought it said I didn't own Pajama Sam. I was confused as to why I wouldn't own that. I thought I owned all the humongous games. Yeah, that might have been a glitch. Whatever, I need to move on. Rome Grand War, a 4X game with Roman characters. I think we could say no to this just as an executive decision. It does have 93% positive and hasn't been out that long, but I think if I'm going to do something like this, I'd play Age of Empires just because that's so much more relevant as a concept than something from a studio I don't recognize and a publisher I don't recognize. The Civil War. Do I want to play a game based on the Civil War at all? I would put this on the wish list, but I'd probably not really ever buy it. It is very positive. I just don't know how many people would even want to see footage based on the Civil War. It'd be very inflammatory. Right. Simulation game around learning grammar is fairly popular but not relevant. So I'm going to say no. Honestly, I don't know if I'd even do that well trying to learn grammar. I don't know if this game really supports English as much as it's just a Chinese game. It looks to me like it's probably a Chinese game. Even ignoring that, though, it also just doesn't look like it's that interesting of a game, so I'm going to say no to it. Grace Ward Complete Edition doesn't have any reviews, so he can leave the fall list. Grab Toy doesn't have any reviews, so he can leave the fall list. Gothic Murder, The Adventure That Changes Destiny, is a visual novel with 43 reviews. I feel like there's an argument to severely change the rules on visual novels. I'm still thinking about how to deal with visual novels in general. This one does say it is branching different endings, which it feels a lot better to potentially cover a game with branching different endings than just a kinetic visual novel. But I don't know if the rules should really be changed, and I should only even begin to consider to play games that have been reviewed by not 30 but 60 people and are very positive. That doesn't really change that much, but it would reduce the number of visual novels on the wish list. I'm gonna have to think about that. At this point, though, I would have to say also Gotham Knights is not gonna get any better. A mixed game that doesn't seem like it really connects with the Arkham Asylum series anyways, so easily forgotten and skipped. You're already going to end up struggling, or I'm going to end up struggling to cover like Arkham City, which would be pretty buggy, so playing yet another buggy game after that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Alright, so now we're looking at the new games that have come out on Steam, and I am going to try and dismiss everything fairly quickly. This looks like it's just an RPG maker, but it does seem like it has some slightly different mechanics to it. Also is once again tagged with just NSFW, nudity and sexual content, but at the core of it I don't see an adult patch, and it says it's just sexually suggestive content in it. So one of the two places is lying. Either the tags, which are almost certainly put in by the publisher and developer, are lying, which that tends to be the case, or the mature content warning is lying. Either way, that's going to be a no. Now we have something that I think probably does have more adult content in it, seeing those big boobs. In this case, though, there's not even a mature content warning at all showing up. But yeah, this definitely feels like there's some adult content here through some kind of adult patch. It is kind of interesting. You have more of a zoom in on the characters. They're taking up more space, and more of a zoom out on the background that's being shown. I mean, that's just really taking up the entire screen, these two characters. And yeah, this level up screen seems to be a bit more visually polished. But I don't think I need to put that on the follow list either. Lita's Dream. Looks like it's an 8-bit horror game. I'm going to give it a follow just out of caution. I don't know if I'm going to even have a single thing. I'm going to say no to whatever this is just because it's not English. Norwegian. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's very little games to show off during the Summer Game Fest. If you knew about the Summer Games Fest, which I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people who are just shoving garbage on Steam really wasn't paying attention to that, you wouldn't want to compete with it unless you have a really, really good game that you think really would compete. RPG Maker game, horror game. That's a very generic description there. And at this point, I wouldn't take any meaning from there not being any adult games. But there is an adult game here, Isekai Slave. And it looks like the animation is pretty rough. And yeah, I assume it's really just a visual novel from the looks of it. It's a flat 2D animation style, but it definitely feels more like a Westerner is drawing things here. It's $6.99. It supports English only. Yeah, nothing particularly impressive. And I would say Isekai, being a Japanese word, there's just nothing Japanese about the animation style I'm seeing. And usually Isekai means another world, like a fantasy world usually, and the background images are incredibly dull and boring, and nothing here makes it feel like it actually is in a different world. And then the slave aspect of the title isn't really being played up much either. It's not like the character is in chains or handcuffed in every screenshot. She's like in chains in the trailer, and that's pretty much it. All the other screenshots shows her completely unbound. Alright, the next game we have is called Cybersex Chronicles 18+. This is 3D CGI, a game. A little bit more colorful, but still very much in the natural skin tones. A lot of characters here with like tattoos, trying to, I think, go more for the Cyberpunk 2077 look. But it's just tattoos. It's not like mechanical openings or anything like that. And then there's some kind of gift shop screenshots, which makes me feel like it's just like a dating sim game. I don't even know how you get the currency though to buy the gifts. It's a 3D dating sim. That's what they say it is. But I really couldn't tell you what the gameplay mechanic is to earn money. It seems like maybe you do an odd job as a cook. There's a lot of screenshots here of the lady naked, and that's pretty much it. I guess I have to just leave it at that. It's on sale right now for $6.39. It says it has English full audio, and then it supports 29 other languages. Yep. And it doesn't really feel like there's enough here that you'd really want to play it, particularly if you're not interested in this one lady, because it is just that one lady from the looks of it. And perhaps I should mention when talking about adult games, since it's censored, that it's a first-person perspective and you're only seeing the one lady, instead of being maybe a third-person perspective with a male character, or there being multiple people in the scene of some of the screenshots. Alright, we're back to games we can actually show. Frog Song. Looks weird, but I'll give it a chance. Game called Smushy Come Home. Looks like it might be something of interest. Tight Ride. Doesn't look like anything. Street Fighting Grandma. Looks like a joke game. Bung Ball. No. Z-World. No. Just by the title, I knew that was going to be a no. Go Boco's Adventures. Weird looking. I'll give it a chance. Launch Director. No. Fly 2. Another one of these flying simulating games. No. Rival Rides. No. Pulse of Evil. A little too much dark screenshot syndrome for its own good. I'm gonna say no. Ashes to Ashes. Oh, there might be something there. Cat and Ladder Climb. Yeah. What sucks about the world in general is that you can just never really put the pause on anything. Once you open the floodgates, it just happens. Like, now would be the perfect time for Steam, potentially. I guess Valve could do this, but it would be at their own detriment to put the pause and say, hey, we know gamers are going to be looking at the big announcements and excited about that. Let's just stop Steam Direct launches between these dates. This animation style might have worked if it was a little more consistent, but probably not. Of course, people would complain, certainly. And that is still just a form of curation or influence, at least, to tell somebody you can't release the game on the time you want to release it. This is funny, this is DHL Box Stacker Pro. It's almost like it's sponsored, which maybe it is. This is a weird free VR game. And I don't know if this is really advertising or actual training for DHL. Debug quest. Yeah, that doesn't look like anything of interest. Boss Hunter VR. A lot of VR games these days. In Age Awakening. Yeah, that doesn't look polished enough. Interesting, this is an adult game. So, I guess maybe there's adult content somewhere in here. I think there's... Contains swimwear, skin revealing, costume, sexual energy, and the loading screens and artwork. Why even do that if that's only as far as you're going to go, and then why sell something that looks this awful? I guess maybe that's the whole idea, is that this is a awful game they couldn't sell any other way, so let's just put some weird adult content in it and then see if we can convince adult game fans to buy it or play it. I guess it has in-app purchases. It's English and Thai as the languages, which is also a weird combination. That doesn't look like anything. It might be close to being done, but yeah. I imagine Wednesday will also be a fairly long stream. And yeah, I'm still looking for feedback on the best times to stream too. Yeah, I think I'll say no to this, or maybe I'll make a short around it, and then burger cooking simulator. It is a really ridiculous catch-22. You don't have enough subscribers, you don't have enough views as a new content creator, as a YouTuber, as a small YouTuber. I don't know why I'm calling myself new, when I totally am not. But yeah, you just don't have enough people that could even give you a proper sampling of feedback as far as what the right time to stream or put out videos is. And as such, you'll never get the feedback you need to actually put the videos out on the right time. And so it's just going to come down to getting lucky. I would almost say yes to this idea if it wasn't all over the place, and if it didn't look like a mobile game. Pure sniper shooting zombies as a concept is an interesting thought, but that's not the only events and interactions here. I wonder if you could make a sniper game. Well, Sniper Elite does exist as a series, so clearly there's not that much controversy around the idea of making a sniper game. And maybe if it had just been a zombie sniper game, that would have even more appeal with less controversy. Ashen Arrows. Is this a VR game? Yeah, it is. Is it one I want to put on the fall list? I will, but I'm not going to bother to give it a YouTube short. Pack my stuff. Puzzle hidden object game. Sounds of nature. Doesn't look like anything. Hot Ryder. Doesn't look like anything. VR cups. So it looks to me like we're gonna have about 6 games that I'm going to make a YouTube short on normally. And we've seen about 3 adult games today over the weekend. So yeah, I'd say that's probably a lowering of the quality of what we see on average as far as games released, probably directly due to the Game Fest. That being said, I have a lot of extra work to do as far as making Game Fest shorts. So sometime next year, as soon as I would get word of when the Game Fest happens, I probably would want to pause or not schedule any regular YouTube shorts and make special YouTube shorts. I guess I'll give this a chance. See, that's it. That's all we've got. Weirdly, no end of the show thing. That should have popped up. And it didn't. I should have an end of the show interstitial thing, and I don't. Well, whatever. Let's not waste any more time. That's going to be it for this stream. Sorry, I'm about to fall asleep, I think. Yeah, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a support link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a gift card down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.